Good evening, everybody. Welcome back if you've been around before. I'm Chromedy, and we are back with the Infernum playthrough that's been going on the channel for the past, few weeks. That was loud. Okay. So I basically spent the majority of the last stream trying to fight Poltergeist, and I didn't get very far. So that's basically what the plan is for this stream. You're not selling Stratus bricks yet. How do I get Stratus? That explains it. So I have to be Poltergeist to get that. We ought to get right into it then. Not really anything to delay for, although first things first, I should check Solin, because I'm fairly certain she's gonna tell me to do something I've already done again. Already got this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she wants me to go through this cutscene again. As per usual, I kind of can't believe this still hasn't been fixed, honestly. But that's fine, I don't want to hold that. Just go in. Hello. Welcome to the chat room, Fatih. We are still on the same boss as last stream. I had a lot to say about that boss last stream. I'm coming in now and I'm giving it a few more attempts. Okay. The city buster I popped down here didn't really expand the arena by that much. So if things get too dire, I might need more of them. Do. Yeah, we did beat the Guardians last stream at least. This, though, this isn't the final boss. Oh, the Telegraph is back. I wonder why it was gone last stream. The Telegraph last stream, for him charging like that, was completely absent. Now it's here. Well, that quells just some of my worries about the desperation phase. It's also going to make that a lot easier. But that's easy already. Oh man. Ah. Is this the best item that I'm using? Weapon, yes. I believe it to be. I forgot to join VC. I knew there was something I'd forget. Here we go. I believe nothing can out DPS the Super Radiant Slaughterer. And so does the Discord. I would be amazed if something can that is also a ranged weapon, mind you. I should clarify, because Rogue and Summoner definitely can.
I was meant to do the fart noise right as you joined VC, but I was in the wrong VC.
He almost made me join the wrong VC as well.
Oh dear.
this again now. The red balls that I hate. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, them red balls. This attack is simple, thankfully. I'm not too sure what he's gonna pull next. Oh, this. This is like the worst thing he does in the entire fight. Yeah. Average Australian spider. More or less. Yeah. We're coming up on attempt 60 now. Oh dear. Things are not great against this boss. The thing is, he's quite universally disliked. I know a lot of people who play Infernum, especially no-hitters, despise this boss. But it's also not like he's gonna change much, ever. So we just kinda have to deal with the fact that he exists. Really? We're dashing again? Okay. Remember to attack and dodge as much as possible. I'm trying. The problem with this fight is, well, everything. So dodging is such a hassle. Also, I'm having mouse issues again where it keeps releasing the weapon way too early before I actually want it to, despite the fact I'm holding the button down. Ergo, I'm not getting good DPS. See that? It just released like 3 times in a row. And I had my finger on the mouse button the whole time. Also, he's immortal when he does this, so there really is no point in, like, fighting. Ow.
Daily object 964. Today's object is 2.
I hate that when I'm just cleaning my room and a spider goes teleporting everyone shooting plasma. Yeah. Yeah. Let me print screen my accessories. Actually, if I'm gonna do that, I should get my armor in this print screen as well. I don't have the time to crop it into a really funny shape. But just let me do this. If I can type. They'll... I already know what they're going to tell me. They're going to tell me not to use the Charm of Myths, and I'm going to tell them, no, I need the Charm of Myths. It's half the reason I'm surviving as long as I am. I also feel like I need a lot more horizontal space to escape from those red things. these lingering projectiles really do just get absolutely everywhere. In the most inconvenient of positions. Oh, can I please just hold the weapon down? Please. Can I please just hold the weapon down and do the action that I'm literally doing? Without the mouse deciding to release. What is up with this mouse? Do I need to Google, like, mouse keeps releasing button? Charm recon scope. Charm is not that good. If the only thing I should switch is charm, I am not changing anything. There. Get him to help. The recon scope is good, I just don't have the Eye of the Golem, and I would have to go to the temple in order to get it. I don't know how to knock it back into a corner when he does that.
I have some directions for you. Lemon. Freeze it. Crush it. Squeeze it. Mix it. -190.
Would it change anything if I said that survivability isn't, not DPS isn't the issue? The issue is living. Because the DPS is fine. It's more than serviceable with the Super Radiant. Diaphic Amulet over Charm of Myths. I mean, I could try the Amulet over Charm. They're both good. I just really, really value Charm of Myths healing. I'll try what they say though. And I'm gonna have to not be lazy and go and get the Eye of the Golem. Actually, no, I'm too lazy. It's only because it's Golem and you have to actively go out of your way to, like, go to a place that there's no easy way to get to. No, there's no justifying this, I'm just lazy. I don't have a scope, do I? No. I have flash knuckles to turn into this, though. Wherever my Tinkerer is, he'll tell me what I need. Yeah. Rifle scope. sniper scope, recon scope, over dead shot, they said. Right, that's a lot of accessories being swapped out. It's only 2 actually. I've got a lot of survival accessories on right now. But then I've got the alcohol, and that balances it out. Sure, Loki, what's my crit chance at right now? 101%? You know, that ain't bad. I'm already down at like half HP though. Okay, I think that the rift there kind of screwed me over. Which means I should have positioned myself somewhere else. I wish I could get rid of that rift in the middle of my arena. Oh well. I just have to make do. And, I've already used my dodge because of the lingering projectiles. Wow, that projectile was really positioned perfectly to hit me. This fight does that a lot, huh? Not once made it past that attack in like ages. Hasn't really helped much, but oh well. Pristine Fury's alright. I'm wondering if I should get that just because of the left click issue I'm having with this weapon. Hello, Nick. Here we go again. Is Cute Fish One a good mount? Because I don't have the Witch's Broom. He's the only flying mount I have. And will he suffice for trying to get stuff done in this fight? Because I feel like having a flying mount might help me against some of these attacks. Not the charge, but some of the early attacks. The charge I'm completely on my own for. I sure do like that he does not telegraph when he's gonna start charging. Not even a sound to play beforehand. Not like every other boss in this mod that charges. I'm convinced you can't... I'm convinced he's not supposed to be rammed during the phase 3 charges, but apparently he is. I don't know. I can't quite wrap my head around how you ram a boss that is actively shooting projectiles. Oh my goodness.
So, I missed it. You do this on, is it, that's the button button. Whoops.
Is it what on Infernum?
That's, what are you...
What? I genuinely can't comprehend a single word you're trying to say to me.
Are you doing poltergeist Infernum? Cool.
I can't understand you.
I don't know, I've just, at the end of last stream, I thought I remembered you saying something about I might not even do the boss in a certain mod or whatever.
What, in Infernum? No, I'm still doing it on Infernum mode. I should not be standing in the rift. Well, not like it makes a difference. That attack's going to get you hit anyways. Because he's poltergeist and he hates fun.
Right after they show the first gay kiss in Star Wars, it immediately cuts to Cloud frowning.
How are you expected to comprehend the projectiles being that close together, man? What's going on now? What, Asgore? That was fast.
Yo, hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
I think I get it, kind of, not really. What
Is
in
this
the
Infernum
world was
stream
that?
gonna be better than the last one?
If I can beat Infernum Poltergeist, it will.
Oh god.
Attempt 67.
Attempt 67, that's a lot of attempts.
You don't know. It gets worse. The bosses don't get worse, but the attempt count can.
If you end up in triple digits, I'm gonna make fun of you.
I have ended up in triple digits before. Mostly dog, but that's because attempts on him are really, really quick.
Yeah.
Not because he's actually as bad as this boss is.
If you end up on triple digits on podcast, I'm gonna make fun of you for it though, because that is like 2 whole streams worth of time wasted.
Wasted is right.
Yes, yes it is.
Because this boss does not deserve the benefits that I am giving it for even showing up on this stream.
I have played some stuff today. I have played some Hollow Cure. I have played some Pizzeria Sim. I have purchased Secret of a Mimic and I've got Delta Ring Chapter 1 and 2 downloaded.
Aye, aye, aye.
I will probably stream one of those two at some point this weekend.
Why do these things just sit there across the entire arena? What is the purpose of that? Other than, like, you know, pissing you off. Not even complaining, just a genuine design question. I have many questions about the design of this boss. And a lot of them are why questions. A good example is, why did you do this to Poltergeist of all bosses? The way he transitions into that attack is so odd. I better activate that immediately. Thank God he didn't cheat. Okay, it's over. I was really worried that he was gonna cheat again like last time I fought him. I did it. I'm amazed, actually. Now I can safely refuse to ever fight that boss again. You can't make me. Nobody can make me fight that boss again. Nobody. Probably use that over Diafuck, I don't know. Ecto Heart, thank you. Stratus Bricks, perfect. That's cute. Oh, hold on. I have resource packs I need to use. Oh, but this is gonna force... Hold on. This, that... Yeah, that's what I wanted. Problem is, now it's gonna force me to do the Solemn Quest thing again. Or it's gonna just crash my game. That's a cool feature. Resource packs crash your game. And I'm gonna start it up again.
Hey guys! Till next weekend!
Let's try that again. I have to go visit Sullen and let her do the ceaseless thing again. Otherwise, I'm not allowed to progress with the mod. Alright, how far can we get now? Because we might be able to get relatively far. I wonder how much longer Super Radiant slot is going to be viable. Surely you can't use it against dog. Surely. I'm probably switching to melee for dog because it's dog. That Caesar's Void attempt counter is completely wrong. It's because it just sits there. So it counts every time you enter the archives as an attempt. Now with Stratus Bricks I can potentially make this place look better. Through just the blocks alone. I'll spend some time to do that. Man, don't you just love this OST? It's genuinely quite a bother. I might need to buy more music boxes and put them around. Otherwise, I don't get music in my video game. Who needs it anyway?
Not me. Are you excited, Charlie?
I'm also tired.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna need a bit before I can feel like anything, I think.
Understood. Well, you'll get to relax after this stream, won't you? For a wee bit.
Yeah.
Because it's a week to your next stream. So you'd get to spend time doing what? I don't know what you're doing your spare time. Playing Hollow Cure.
Yeah. I actually wasn't playing Hollow Cure for as much time as I wanted to because I was letting it AFK and gambling instead.
Oh. Every single time I looked over at Steam, like when I wasn't in a game, I could see you playing it. So I thought you'd spend like all day with it.
I spent all day with it open, but it was open in the background gambling.
That's fair. How did the gambling go? Did you win?
Yeah, it's pretty much guaranteed profit if you just set up an auto-clicker and stay at the slots for hours.
Yeah.
And I need 1 million of the casino coins in order to get a buff.
I wish that would work in real life.
Yeah.
If you just sit at a slot machine for hours, you're guaranteed to make millions.
Remember, kids, don't gamble because it doesn't work that way.
It kind of does, you know. 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big, as we are all aware.
Yeah. Certainly.
Children, if you're listening to this, I'm being serious. Borrow your mom's credit card and go on a trip to Vegas. It'll work.
Vegas is like one of like many places in the world I have written down on my list of places I never want to visit. The majority of those places on that list are in America.
That's fair. I take it you're, well, obviously you're not a fan of alcohol and drug use, and I guess you're not a fan of gambling either, probably?
Yeah. Not when there's actual stakes.
I mean, for me, the problem with Vegas is less so, you know, the drink and the drugs and the gambling and the prostitution and all that, but more the fact that, like, every single building in the city is owned by the mafia. And I'm not happy supporting them.
Yeah, that'll do it too.
The only reason I'd ever go Vegas is if it was for DEF CON. And ideally I'd want my bosses to be paying for that. It was tempting to try and convince them to pay for it back when I still had my apprenticeship, like.
These NPCs are completely in my way, and they refuse to get off these 2 tiles. As time passes, my will to ever go to America only drops more and more to an extreme degree.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you live in America, my heart genuinely goes out to you. Because, like, that shit feels like it would be unbearable.
Unless you voted for this shit, in which case, I mean, you made your bed, lie in it.
Yeah. I assume if you're watching my stream right now, you didn't. Otherwise, what are you? Otherwise, what are you doing?
Most of your viewers aren't old enough for that, though.
Yeah.
And you know, they might want you, like, deported, or whatever, but they're
Yeah,
still gonna watch your content.
It doesn't matter when it's like a child that thinks that. It doesn't matter, because chances are, there's a good chance that they'll change that view when they grow up.
Yeah. When they go college, or, I don't know, if they have that view, they're not likely to go on college. When they enlist so they can have the government pay for their college instead, they'll probably change that view.
Oh well. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. I don't think... I will say, I don't think it's worth giving up. I think as much as shit sucks, giving up is a bad idea.
Giving up's always a bad idea.
It can and probably will get better eventually, even if that feels very far-fetched.
I missed like the last 10 minutes. I've just been sat in stasis. What are we talking about?
US politics.
No, just America in general.
Well, America in general, yeah.
I'm not, in fact, talking about politics on my stream. You are.
True.
So what was that about Vegas? How did that come up?
Cause gambling.
Gambling.
I was talking about video game gambling. So Vegas came up, and then I said that Vegas is one of the few, is like on the list of places in the world that I never want to visit. And then I said that many of those places are just in America in general. Like LA, never want to go there. New York, never going there.
If I'm ever forced to go to Vegas, I'd strictly
Forced
stick
to
the
go
really-
to Vegas.
I'd stick to specifically like the less urbanized Mojave Desert.
Forced to go to the Mojave Desert.
If you're ever forced to go to Nevada, you're not gonna go Vegas. You just gotta wander off into like Area 51 and get put in containment there.
It's in Nevada. That's where I only know Nevada from Madness Combat.
FNF.
No, not FNF. Okay, yes, FNF, because that's how I know Madness Combat. Listen, okay? It's rough when you're a fucking millennial.
Live,
I say
You're
that.
not even a millennial. You're Gen Z.
live correction.
No, I am a millennial.
No,
I'm
you're
not- I'm not Gen
you're
Z.
Gen Z.
I'm not Gen Z.
The oldest members of Gen Z are 28 chart.
I'm not Gen Z. No.
Yeah,
I consider myself a millennial. I'm only 3 years off.
that's
Don't lump me in with millennials. I mean Gen Z.
You're doing that.
You're not
Ah.
3 years, Charlie. You're 7
with
years off
millennials
of being a
because
millennial.
No, because 2003 is 3 years away from 2000, which is the millennia.
1996 is when millennials end and Gen Z begins.
Why? Is my next question.
Because it's not about when you were. Okay, well, no, it's about when you're born. But more importantly, it's about when you were growing up. So millennials are people who were growing up around the time of the millennium. So they were between like 4 and like,
Jesus Christ.
you know, late teens.
Alright.
When the millennium came about.
Well, my next question is, what the fuck does the term boomer even mean? Like, why is it called boomer?
The baby boom.
Baby boom.
What does that mean? Is that when, like, a load of babies
Population
happened?
spike.
Really?
Post.
I didn't know about that.
For- Baby boom was post World War II in the US.
They don't teach you this in school.
Because a load of people got home from the war.
Where did you learn about this? Because they don't teach you this in school.
I just learned about it myself in my spare time.
Yeah, that's kind of your only option when it comes to actually
So-
learning shit, isn't it?
A load of people came home from World War II, a load of men, and they decided, well, I'm going to go marry my girlfriend. So they married my girlfriend, and then they celebrated that marriage, and as a result had a shit ton of children.
Ah. You know, children are based.
And it lasted through until like the 1960s.
Arguable.
Children are based. Asterisk. I don't know. I wanted to say having children is based, but that's a weird fucking sentence, so I decided not to say that.
Eh,
Having repopulation is amazing.
Let's destroy the planet by having a population that's actually okay to sustain, unless you don't want to spread your resources out to everyone.
Who are spreading their resources?
well, we kind of struggle to, even if we wanted to, we'd kind of struggle to spread the resources to anyone. The infrastructure's not really there.
Yeah, the condiment is in shambles.
The economy.
It's not even really the economy, it's just the state of, like, certain parts of the world in general that have a problem.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't mean to dash.
Wow, I didn't mean to open this stream.
What?
Get this woman off my screen.
That's just mean and unwarranted, frankly.
I'm gonna warrant the eagle.
I feel like
yeah.
Callie might be Gen Z. Okay, well,
Yes,
I am.
absolutely.
But I'm not like other Gen Z. I want to clarify that
What
half of
is-
the shit I say about this is satire.
What the fuck is DXP?
Diamond.
Deluxe.
Pearl.
Deluxe P.
Oh, so that's 0 XP because I've not chatted, I guess. I thought that was a D. It's just XP in YouTube live chat.
XP? You
He's
you
inexperienced.
get XP for chatting now? What the dystopia?
I've got 25 apparently.
YouTube is testing an XP
No.
leaderboard for live streamers. That
Why?
XP and awards
What
in a
does
chat
that
crown.
accomplish?
It awards you a chat crown.
Yeah, it
And?
tells you which. Well, it's so you can see like your most active viewers.
What does that do other than promote, like,
It promotes people to chat
elitism?
more.
It promotes extremism.
Yeah. It's the same reason that, like, no-hit rolls were taken away from Calamity Mod, because people who had the rolls were like, oh, I have this roll and you don't. Haha.
Sorry, you're
Okay.
talking about elitism,
Yeah.
not extremism. I'm talking about extremism because I thought it would be funny and you just went with it.
No, no. I never said it was elitism. No, I never said
No,
it was
but that-
extremism.
That's what it is. It's elitism. Yes.
Yeah, it's elitism. I was right.
I kind of disagree because the no-hit roll in Calamity, if you want to get that, you've got a no-hit. If you want to get the little chat crown in this, you've got to chat.
Die. Oh. Yeah.
It just encourages people to chat more, and I kind of like that.
Mm.
Ooh, suspected spam caller, be habit.
Kieran's off to go troll the spam caller. It'd be funny if it's just his dad.
It would be funny if he played the Germa Yeti video down the mic.
So they ask me, hi, is this Sean?
Are you,
No,
are you
it's
Sean? Are you Sean?
He's not.
Literally anyone when they see any of us on the street.
They don't think I'm you,
No.
Sean. They think I'm a different Sean who had this number before I did.
Sean had this number before you did.
I could have. Nah, no
It's
one would
not-
phone me.
It's definitely not you.
No one would phone me.
Well,
No one would phone me.
Susie from Deltarune are dying in the Mojave District.
Good.
I'm a bomb.
I'm a bong.
I'm kind of shocked those people who wanted to storm Area 51 a few years back didn't end up like dying of thirst. In
That's
Mojave
president.
Desert.
I'm surprised it didn't end up dying of gunshot.
Ral say if he was a bong, you can hit me, Chris. Come on, Chris.
Oh! Fucking hell, apparently my package is here!
Take a smunk.
Oh, now be right back.
Well, see if there was a firework.
Two.
You can light me on fire, Chris. Anything for you. If it keeps you warm.
Anything for you. Huh? Are my resource packs not saved? When I
My
turned them
resource-
on because it crashed?
Like from my...
No, it did save. It just isn't working.
Which mob would you mob vote if you had to not say the Moo Bloom?
The glare.
Or the Glare, because they're the most likely to.
Oh, it is
I have
working. It just
reasons.
doesn't work like that. Okay. Because all the glare.
I like the goddamn hovering Inferno. And Monster of the Ocean Depths.
Well, I like the Great Hunger.
Ooh, to pinch when it pinches you.
Wait, do I even have to fight Old Duke? I don't, do I? Because Wrath of the Gods.
Yeah, I thought I just did a what?
I don't think I have to fight the old Duke. No, I do have to fight Devourer Gods. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. And I haven't fought Sickness yet either, which is very sad. I wish I did.
There's this mobs in a nutshell image, and for the Great Hunger they used Sandile. What do you
It's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. That feels like something I would do just to fuck with people. I don't think I've made this yet, so I better do it.
What would you do if the astrologer got added back before the Moo Bloom?
Well, I wouldn't be happy about it, but it's fine, I guess.
No! You should make a video about
This effect isn't fine. This super obstructive effect that happens in a sandstorm. That's not fine. I kind of wish it didn't do that.
We are the marbled. We are the marbled.
Test, says Kieran. That must be him testing the XP system.
We are the marbled.
Yeah, I can't fight a boss like this. Oh well. I better head to the acid rain. Actually, I can make blood flare stuff now, can't I? Actually, I could make bloodstone in general beforehand.
I don't want MLB votes. I'm not looking for basketball. I'm looking for mobs.
What is the point of the Bloody Mary? Increase damage and move speed during a blood moon when there's things that increase your damage at all times. I just made 2 freaking shoes. 2 pairs of shoes.
I think the ocean depths do.
I just got shimmered.
But then there's drowned. Although drowned spawn in.
It's also browned.
There's also angry video game drowned.
If I'm gonna be switching to melee again, then I should probably get the melee helmet.
I am back with my package. It was soaking wet. The cardboard was practically falling apart on the box because we left it outside in the rain.
Yeah, they'll do
But
that.
I've got it.
That's how deliverance around here works.
I'm a little
And also, I am
where
wet
we're
and
at.
cold now.
I have a question for Cromley Callie. How would I react if King DDD broke my PC? Well, I'd definitely be really upset about it because I spent so much on this damn PC. But I feel like at the same time, King DDD would be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, oh, fuck, I'm so sorry," and he'd like start crying.
So what you're saying is you'd bully King DDD until he cried?
No, I'd be mad that he broke my PC, and he'd be distraught that he broke my PC.
Yeah, sounds like you're just a bully to me who'd bully King DDD till he cries.
So the monster of the ocean depth.
I
You
hate.
sound very angry.
Yeah, because you're slandering me. I almost said you're lancering me.
The Delta Rot.
The Delta Rot is real. It's fucking real.
Does Lancer slander people?
No, he's just a boy.
I think the ocean depths thing would be a little redundant with drowned now. Unless again they rework it or I
Maybe.
don't remember exactly what was going.
But Drowned is like... Drowned isn't that cool. Just on its own.
It also isn't that
Don't have a war banner. Better get
intrusive.
it.
I mean, it's annoying for people to deal with because water. But
Drowned is only annoying. Right. Drowned is only annoying when they have a trident.
Yeah.
And when they have a trident, they are extremely annoying.
I'd
It's
love
like,
to see
it's
how-
basically like you better have a shield, otherwise you're just not allowed to go where this guy is.
I'd love to see how the Blaze guy would get implemented.
I forgot his name, the Blaze dude. It
And
would be cool to see
Rapscallion.
him. But, like, the Nether had an entire ass update dedicated to it, so the Nether's fine.
And Rapscallion's like, would they change what it does, or just change how it what
The
it
Great
finds and not
Hunger?
change it No, the Rascal.
Oh, the Rascal. The Rapscallion, Sean. Come on now. That's why that confused me. The Rapscallion.
You sure need to start calling things by their proper names so we don't get confused. Because I could put this up as a loss.
I forgot.
What? What is the what, dude? The Great Hunger?
Tough Golem.
Tough Golem. I don't remember either.
The Great Hunger was...
The Tough Golem... Was that the one that was just a fucking... basically a walking item frame?
I think so, yeah.
What was the Copper Golem then?
Copper Golem pushed buttons at random, and that's all he did, and that's why people didn't vote for him. And I'm honestly glad people didn't vote for him, because if they did, then Mojang wouldn't have come up with the better idea that they have now for him. Like, the
Well, they
objectively
probably
better
still-
idea.
They probably still would have, is the thing.
Maybe.
The Barnacle, the Phantom, and the Wildfire.
And then the Great Hunger. Great Hunger didn't get a different title, did he?
Great appetite for enchanting powers. Oh,
Oh yeah, he was a disenchanter, wasn't he, before grindstones became a thing.
later added into the grindstone. Yeah.
So yeah, they would have to change him if they wanted to add him, because that's kind of pointless now.
The Wildfire's main point was it would make the Nether even more scary and exciting.
Which, Piglin Brutes and Bastions kind of do that.
A dangerous shockwave attack.
An Angry Rhinoceros attack.
And the Barnacle. I have no idea what the Phantom would have done, guys. We'll never know.
What are your opinions on the Phantom? Because I know the general consensus.
I'm fine with it.
People say it's, like,
Remove?
super fucking annoying, but, like, it straight up doesn't show up if you sleep, like, once.
Was it one of you two I had to argue with about the Phantom one time?
Probably. Maybe. I don't know.
And I was just like, take a fucking bed with you, it's not that hard.
I guess
Oh,
if
that was
you're...
me.
I guess if you're
was
in
me.
multiplayer...
That was me when I went 10,000 blocks out from spawn.
And didn't take a bed.
I was just digging myself a hole every night and couldn't find a single goddamn sheep. 10,000
You
blocks
should
out.
have just took a damn bed.
No way.
I took the bed.
It's not like we had a shortage of beds at home.
Well, I forget once. I'm already like 5,000 blocks out. I'm like, oh, I will keep going. And I realise, oh, I've just doubled my distance. Oh no.
And you couldn't like kill spiders one night or whatever.
No. I had a very poor mouse setup at the time. Wasn't confident in my swarm abilities. Jeff says if you should vote for Mob A because there's currently not a lot of content in the oceans. It will make for a good challenge to play traveling across the ocean. Fungal whirlpools was later added with the addition of magma blocks. The Barnacle would have had whirlpools.
Barnacles would have had whirlpools. That's an interesting implementation of that. Yeah, a lot of the first ever mob vote guys that didn't get added, their stuff was basically just lifted and put into other things. So I don't know if they're going to be coming back.
I doubt it.
Where's the biome guys, vulture, ostrich, meerkat, and stuff?
They'll be coming eventually, trademark.
So it really is Moo, Blue, My Soul, Rare, Copper, Gold, and White Skin.
Well, they'll be coming when all the biomes from the biome votes get updated.
Yeah, so eventually,
So never.
trademark. You're missing a few mods to make the game more balanced. Am I really?
I mean, if anyone's got good suggestions, give them.
Because the tiger won the first vote, that's why foxes exist, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah. Oh, you're right, yeah. I'm missing Calamity Overhaul. How could I be so stupid? Antisocial, more accessory slots, and Terraria
Then-
Randomizer. Yeah, no. No.
One
I'm
and
good.
mountains were added later. Right?
Hello, Ricky, and hello, K-Fart. Why is the black hole of impending doom there? Because I may or may not have invoked the wrath of the gods.
Was it swamp that won and had the mangrove first, or was it I think the mangrove.
Red? No, I need the Holy Collider.
What do you mean, black hole of impending doom? Oh, I see.
Yeah, you recognize that thing.
I believe so. Yes.
I have to go around and defeat 5 dastardly bombermen in order to save the world. Basically.
Something about that doesn't sound right to me.
What do you mean? This is Calamity Mod. I need to find bloodworms right now, actually. There's one. 2 apparently.
They should make
There we go.
Bomberman in Terraria.
Yeah. Just like port the game completely. That feels like a community remix thing. That they would do.
So it's just desert, badlands, and savannah that need their updates when it comes to the biomes. Half of them have already happened.
Hmm.
Because 2 of them won and 1 of them got implemented later.
One of them is frog. Frog. Frogs were
frog was
too cool to not implement.
So the whole swamp mangrove thing happened despite not winning the 4 mountains.
What do you mean? Mountains was goat.
And they were...
Goats came before frogs.
They did?
Yeah, they were added almost like
Yeah.
as soon as the Minecraft Live was over. Do you know the Nameless Deity has an America gun attack? Yes, I do. Anyways, let's check out this real quick. Hello.
Was that long ago?
Oh. Oh.
Really?
Yes.
Wrath. What the hell?
Where's it awful?
So I've got to actually fight this boss, it seems.
And then the mountains actually got updated after. No. Yeah. With the rest of the generation caves and cliffs.
I made a bit of lapse of my judgment there, and the funny thing didn't actually happen.
What funny thing?
The funny thing where the old Duke dies instantly, and you don't have to
Damn.
fight him.
But why on earth would you want to skip old Duke?
What a good question. How could I be so mean?
You mean quite a lot, aren't you, to be fair? So that's not really the surprising part.
Minecraft is in the house.
I'm mean when the situation calls for it.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, sure, yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, never ask me for examples of you being mean, because I will make some shit up and gaslight you hard.
I don't
won't
want to
actually do
actually
that.
fight this boss. That's okay, we can fight this boss. He is not Poltergeist, so I can deal with this.
Bro is not poltergeist. My crown. Yeah, I saw you just shoot the wood.
I saw you should have won, cause
yes.
them not actually giving a reason as to why is the best part of that whole joke. But it's because it's because it's a mishearing of what's actually being said. Well, not even a mishearing, it's just something I thought that there was going to be followed up.
It's because of the tone.
It is the tone.
I thought you should have won.
Ow.
Should the Soldier have won? I think yes.
Avatar can only kill base holds joke.
As much as
A
I
shame.
love mushrooms, and, you know, I did love the moo bloom,
If you genuinely
I
believe
think-
the Isologist should have won, I hate you.
good thing I'm not being serious then.
Mountains were getting updated that very same update anyways.
And it would have tied in very nicely as a result.
No.
I do think they intended for the Isologist to win.
Yeah. Yeah.
As much as many people say they intended the close good to win, I think that was
You can
purely out of. Wouldn't it be funny?
I believe you can always tell when. Well, I think it was purely out of election meddling, actually. But I think you can always tell which one they intended to win.
I don't
At
think
least
it
I
was,
can always tell.
I don't truly think it was purely anything. I think it was a mix of wouldn't this be funny as hell, election meddling, and the probable minority of people that assumed it would come with some sort of lighting change. with the
Sean,
described
you assume most people take the Minecraft mob vote lightly. The majority of fans don't. They genuinely thought Glow Squid was good because their funny man Dream said so.
I thought
Yeah, if
most
someone.
people who wanted Glow Squid for themselves wanted it because they thought it would be something different with lighting because of how the glow was described.
But the majority of the people who voted Glow Squid aren't those people. They're people who voted because Dream said so. If people take the Minecraft mob vote seriously, you're not even going to like be aware of it unless you're a big Minecraft fan.
Until like the last year of it, maybe.
I don't even take it seriously at all. I think it's really funny to like talk about things like election fraud in Minecraft.
Agreed. I think the meddling was a shame, but at the same time I don't give a shit.
Yeah. We got what we got, and we didn't get what we didn't. But we can't rewrite history.
5 is
Maybe if that rat bastard didn't rig the vote because he thought, oh, it'll make my speedruns look so much better. Like,
And then it turns out they were cheating anyway, so...
Yeah.
I'll never get over that. We should vote Glow Squid because it's the one that won't affect my speedruns. Turns out all his speedruns were cheated.
What does the Moo Bloom do to speedrunning?
I don't think it does anything. It's the thing.
Fucking robbed.
What's it doing?
So I think that's part of it, because I've seen people legitimately argue that the representation, that like the representations we were shown prior to the vote, is
Did
what
you
the
just
mob
say
would have been like in its
representation?
final implication. In like its final implementation. So the
Delusion.
Blue Bloom would have done fuck all.
A buttercup variant of the moose bloom motherfuckers, by the way. Had some form of interaction with bees. That's all we knew before the Moo Bloom lost in the first round.
If they gave us more information about what that interaction was, I'm sure it would have stood more of a chance.
Hence my belief that all of the mob votes are rigged, because they decide to pick and choose what information they release based off what they want to win.
Yeah.
We already knew
And
something
they
about
wanted
the
Isolager to win. Somehow he didn't.
I think they shared the most about the Isolager out of almost any mob vote.
We know why the LA won, and it's because people fundamentally misunderstood what it actually did.
What did people think it would do again?
Like, go out in the world and actually find the items lying around. Like, it would like, people thought it would give you free diamonds.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
That's
Because
why
they
the LA
did not
won.
know.
I don't hold anything against the LA, I don't even dislike it, but that is why it won.
I like VLA personally, like I don't hate it, I like it.
Yeah.
I think it's neat.
And we know the reason the Armadillo won. Again, I voted Armadillo anyway because I love armadillos, but we know the reason why that won is because wolves were in the equation. I should fight Cygnus first, I really should. I don't want to do him, which is why I should do him as soon as I can. He's practically a mini-boss, so he should go down pretty quickly to the Super Agent Slaughterer. I just have to get back to the temple.
I eat moo blooms. Moo bloom.
I just think the Moobloom's interaction would have been cute, if anything. As for the reason why the Sniffer won, I'm actually not sure. I can't remember who Sniffer's competition was. Because a lot of people fucking despise the Sniffer because they think he does absolutely nothing. And I'm like, just let him be him. Does it matter that he does nothing? Could they have, like, done more with his gimmick of ancient flowers? Yeah, definitely. That's very fucking underwhelming. But don't hate the man himself for that.
Sneeze, sneeze, sneeze.
That's Mojang's fault for underbaking his gimmick. Even if there were just more flowers, he could sniff up beyond 2. Feel bad for the sniffer because they really did just give him the bare minimum. Sickness time. I promise we'll be out of not good boss hell soon.
But seeing people scream on Reddit, though, Minecraft is not about making things cute, as that part of the community is not the majority. The glow squids, like the Moo Bloom, are utterly useless. As are the phantoms. Just
Phantoms
My
quite literally
dad
are not
is-
useless.
Apparently in a Lego building mood, so all my sets are downstairs at the moment and he's gonna pick one to build.
Okay, so noted, Super Radiant's actually not good against Cygnus. Because it can't fucking hit him.
I guess this is just Reddit, but I've almost never seen someone on the internet unironically say stuff like, "Why did you vote for this thing? Have you no shame? Have you not learned what happened when Phantoms came out? Do you really want to relive the pain and know what you did in the game forever? What other deep and twisted secrets do you harbor?" What show you-
That's because Reddit are the ones that care that fucking much about a children's video game.
Wha-
Sure, there's overlap, but Reddit are the biggest losers. Reddit literally just exists at this point to keep those fuckers contained. I actually never used this weapon before. Yeah, it's brand new. It came out in the most recent update. It is really fun. It seems to struggle against Cygnus specifically, because he's so fucking ridiculously fast.
People really don't like the idea that this is a website which only exists because we don't want to put up with those Redditors elsewhere.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but
It's just true.
I don't want to deal with Redditors elsewhere. And of course Redditors get upset about that because they have no fucking, like, balls at all. They are so fucking weak. And so
Blue Sky's
pathetic.
in a similar camp for me. I don't want all those people elsewhere on my internet.
Blue Sky is weird. I would love an alternate to Twitter if it was actually good.
I just don't want to share an internet with people who cannot take even the simplest of jokes. It's legitimately those Discord screenshots where it's like you say something that's obviously a joke and people treat it as if you're an actual monster.
Blue Sky feels
Except
to me
it's
like
entirely
Tumblr
absurd.
if Tumblr was bad.
If Tumblr was worse, you mean?
Shadowspec.
Like, I don't dislike Tumblr, but I'd never pretend it's a good website.
I've literally never ever used it, so I can't speak much about Tumblr. That's why I didn't say it was bad.
They can at least actually take a joke, so they're better than Blue Sky.
Yeah. All I know is that I've seen a lot of funny posts from taken from Tumblr. More so
Yeah.
than Reddit. Or, like, Twitter, even though I get most of my memes from Twitter.
I get most of my
The average
memes
Tumblr user was pretty fucking funny from what I saw.
Yeah, but I mean more so than the average Reddit or Twitter or whatever else user, at least.
Yeah.
Not that that's particularly hard.
And then you have the corners of Facebook where it's like a group where we all pretend to be ants in an ant colony who pretend to be humans.
That started off on Tumblr is the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say and then you have. I meant, I guess, and then you get. It's probably. And from there you.
Although, something to note with Tumblr is because it has so much fandom stuff, you can be fucking awful at times.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
Just
like, as in, I know you live in a country where being gay will get you fucking stoned to death, but I'm gonna try and dox you and out you to the authorities anyway because I don't like your shape that you like.
Yeah, that was the big issue with Tumblr.
As far as I'm aware,
Need a new weapon.
Tumblr is the only like forum, social media sort of thing where there's been an actual confirmed slave owner on the site as well.
Well, Elon Musk owns Twitter.
Okay, yes, but as far as I am aware, he does not own literal human beings as property who work for him. His father did.
Yeah, that explains a lot
As
about
far
him.
as I'm aware, he didn't. Or he hasn't.
I know Pristine Fury's good, but that would require me killing Providence. Again. So, perhaps that's not a good idea, because I don't want to do that. That will take a
vote
decent bit of
post-mortem.
time. What was I just about to look for? Gel is flamethrower. I have no gel, basically.
the mob vote post-mortem. Was the vote really rigged?
At this point, I think it's common knowledge Mojang try to rig it in favor of one specific one based off what they put out. I think it's also common knowledge that doesn't always work.
Hmm. I'm waiting for a weapon recommendation. Sorry, chat. I
Was the
should probably Google it myself. The bow from Weaver.
Was the Phantom winning rigged?
The Storm.
Do you think?
I think
That
the
was so
Sky
early
the
on.
place that was lacking the most at the time.
You don't need stuff in the sky. Doesn't really need out though.
Elysian arrows. I need holy arrows for that, and I don't have unicorn horns. But I will
that's
use
like-
a bow for once in my life.
But that's why I think the Phantom was one of the most likely to be naturally led. It just
Drop the ingredients on the
people
ground?
saw that and wanted something for the Sky because there wasn't already sort of chance for there to be something and took it.
Yeah. I like that the Phantom is basically exactly what was described.
Huh?
Like, I don't think you get to be mad about the Phantom just because they told us exactly what it was going to be.
Yeah.
Like, they implemented it exactly as it was described. We don't get to fucking complain.
And now there's a whole
Some
game rule about them where doing Insomnia can be set to false.
I
Because
wish you could just turn off Insomnia in real life.
Solid can start parties? Huh. I didn't know she had the ability to do that. That's cool. You can just get Star Sapphire like that. Hi, Star Sapphire. Are you going to break any bosses if I try using you? I hope you don't. I was also recommended the Sea Dragon. I'm missing a lot of stuff for both of these things. I'll try the Storm first, because it's one that I have, like, never used, ever. Because it's a bow. For once, I'm actually gonna try using a bow. Can you believe it, guys?
No, I cannot. Why don't you normally use bows, though?
Because they're all really boring to me. They're all practically the same.
Yeah, I see it. That's fair.
Mine.
The guns in Calamity are very, very unique. The bows aren't.
Minecraft has
Were the
3
bows
blocks.
by any chance added first?
Well, what?
Most of the really cool guns are new, so...
I think that explains it then. The bows could probably do with a rework.
At large, yeah.
Because, like, it doesn't shock me that the really cool guns are newer content from the bows.
Mm-hmm.
Legacy Console Edition.
Can you still do multiplayer on Legacy console? Probably not, actually, because the online for most of those consoles will be shut down by now.
Split screen,
Maybe.
2-player potentially
Well,
still.
Split screen will work. Well, split screen will work still, obviously, yeah, because that doesn't require internet allowed.
Yeah.
What was the whole thing with
Oh, it's not an
Terraria
acid rain, that's what's
losing
going on.
multiplayer functionality in one update? Like, it had it and then it just removed it and never brought it back.
Not sure what you're talking about.
Is it a console thing?
Probably.
Very much not sure what you're talking about with that one. I mean, this is consistent DPS. It's not that good, though, really. I'm struggling to see anything that is coming at me because of Star Sapphire. God fucking damn it, Star Sapphire. Oh, but give me a
4
sec,
years ago.
sickness.
PS4 split screen online with player removed.
Why was that?
4 years ago was that?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a bit after the PS5 came out, so it's probably end of life stuff for PS4.
Out. To remove split screen.
I see
Well,
someone
split
having the same
screen
issue on Switch.
online.
Ow. I'm using any other mods other than Infernum and Calamity. I'm using Catalyst and Draft of the Gods, yeah. Those are the main two that add stuff. And we're kind of past the point of Catalyst. I dealt with Astral Children very quickly this playthrough, amazingly enough. Maybe I could do with an archery potion.
Xbox One console edition ran until last year for Minecraft.
Oh.
Wow.
Was Xbox One would be the first one to get Bedrock version, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why they kept the legacy console version running for it, but it's very strange.
Well, because it was just simply the better version.
All the other
Yeah,
was
fair
run
enough.
before 2020 except PS3.
It only went up to 1.12, but it was the better version. You can never convince me that Bedrock wasn't a bad idea to make like a console game run like a mobile one.
It's not. That's not even really what it did, though. It was making a PC game run like a console game, run like a mobile game.
Yeah, and it introduced so many issues that don't exist anywhere else.
It patched Redstone, of all things, and completely broke it from everyone's perspective.
The amount of bugs I had from playing Bedrock, where like my player stopped fucking rendering correctly and just became a completely pink skin. I'm like, how does that even happen, first of all? Second of all, why is every single block in the creative menu also completely pink? Because these are two things that have both happened to me, and I had a recording of it on my iPad for the longest time before I had to start saving storage space. Because I was like, this is an embarrassment. I need to record this. I don't like sickness.
Minecraft Bedrock pink glitch.
Pink glitch. The glitch that turns you pink.
Oh, that's a decent name for it, at least.
Maybe if I reforge and get that archery potion, I'll stand a better
glitch my pink.
chance.
Was this back in the day when you exclusively played creative?
No. This was when I had like the huge creative world on Xbox. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
when I exclusively played creative, but not because I refused to play survival, because I
It's
was
just because
scared
you
of
were
it.
working on your giant.
It's not because I
creative
was scared of it, it's because
world.
I wasn't interested in survival at all at that point.
You'll still have that world on your Xbox One, won't you?
Yeah.
Did you know that soul soil can be renewably obtained through soul campfires?
What was that other thing I was gonna get? Oh yeah, just reforging the bow.
There's probably some way to transfer Xbox One worlds to PC.
Maybe, but you're not swapping it over to... You're not swapping it over to Java.
Yeah, definitely not. I don't know how that would work. It probably wouldn't.
Where did all my money go? There's no way it costs that much to get the freaking potions. Did it really all go to reforging?
I mean,
There's a whole Bedrock to Java conversion thing for worlds.
Why is it all in my inventory?
My inventory is
No, if you can get it from Xbox One to Bedrock, you can get it from Bedrock to Java easily enough then.
I think I remember some people, I don't know if Toycat was one of them, but some people transferring their legacy worlds to PC. Then again, Toycat mainly uses Bedrock.
Yeah,
But again, Bedrock's Java. People do it.
Toycat, it was like the source of a lot of my news and information on Bedrock stuff. Okay, this is better. This is better DPS. This is better deeps.
Would you be interested in getting your Xbox World onto PC?
Maybe. I do own Windows 10 Edition, I think, because I've played it before. I'm not sure if I own it on my main account, though.
You should have it, because if you've owned Java long enough, you got it for free.
I think I missed out on that period where you could claim
So
that.
you got Windows, you like bought Windows 10.
I don't remember. I played it with college friends. I don't remember how I got my hands on it. I might have just bought it, or I might have like, I don't know. It was a while ago now. It was when I was in college. Lol.
You need to upload the world clip from Legacy console to the Xbox One edition and sync it with Bedrock on the same console. Then you can sync those worlds to other Bedrock platforms like PC.
It feels like a lot of work, but there is a lot of stuff on that world that like, it would be cool. It would be cool.
So you need Xbox One edition, the Legacy console version. You need the Xbox One Bedrock version as well.
Why do you need Legacy console? I mean, I have it, but why?
Wait, what
Because
is
that's what you
your
get your world
world on? Is your world on Xbox Bedrock or is it on Legacy console?
Both, but Bedrock is a more up-to-date one.
Well, in that case, I'm pretty sure if you just open Bedrock on your Xbox, you can sync it.
Ah.
And if you've got a PC like Windows
But
10
what if
edition on the
it's
same account,
what if it's on two separate accounts? Because it's probably not on the same account.
you might have to buy a copy of Bedrock on that original account for Windows 10.
Well,
Which
wait.
does suck a bit.
Yeah. That's fine. If I can even remember the
worth it
details
to
to
be
that
able to get your
account,
own
damn
world.
it. That was close. I kind of wish this weapon was a little better, though.
Right, sticker number 4.
Yeah, Storm with Elysian arrows was not the best recommendation, but I can make it work.
If you saw an active conduit in vanilla Minecraft, say 10 years ago, how would you react?
What the fuck's that?
Yeah, what the fuck's that? Probably
The
the
con-
same way I reacted when I had my Herobrine encounter.
The conduit, the silly little tiny block that provides...
Yeah, Sean, I know what it is, but 10 years ago I wouldn't have, would I?
Oh, that's your reaction.
I wouldn't know what it is, would I? Smelly, stinky boss, by the way.
Stinkiness.
Why did you show up there? And the answer is because I started moving too early.
Did I ever tell you about my Herobrine encounter?
I think so.
Because I was smart enough to realise that. So I knew glowstone in the overworld is allegedly meant to be a sign of Herobrine.
Yeah.
But I was smart enough to know Herobrine wasn't real. But I wasn't smart enough to realise that meant it had to be a member of my family fucking with me. So I was very confused.
Oh,
sorry,
that wasn't Herobrine, that was Villain Brian.
I keep moving too fast for that. It's kind of stupid. It's low-key harder than when Nameless Deity does that attack. It's the exact same attack, except Nameless Deity makes it actually good. Crazy how that works, isn't it? Like, what? If I react to that any slower, I'm getting hit by it.
Fatal Poison is a Bedrock exclusive effect. I read it as fetal position first.
Oh my god, this is still going? This weapon is not good. This weapon's not good. That fight is going on that long.
Also, Bedrock has a version of poison where it doesn't leave you on half a heart, you can just die to it.
I like that.
What implements... What gives that?
Let me see what inflict it causes. Oh, right. Recipient must be a parrot.
Wait, that's how they do the cookie thing on Bedrock?
Yeah.
That is a weird way of doing it. Why don't they just make it the same on both platforms?
How does it work on Java again? Is it just insta-kill?
I think so.
I guess they just apply poison and then kill it.
I guess that was too difficult for the Bedrock team to figure out how to do, huh?
So they coded
no.
an entirely separate.
I actually prefer that Bedrock implementation, Ven. I think it's cool that they have it actually be a poison effect rather than just like insta-kill.
That's inventing a whole ass effect for one specific interaction, as opposed to just giving the thing poison for a few seconds and then killing it.
Dolphin's great Java. Dolphin's great isn't in the Bedrock.
You sound really broken up about that.
The lava cauldrons is one that makes no sense to be Bedrock exclusive.
Yeah. All the cauldron dip die.
Yeah, the cauldron dip die.
That's a really cool thing Bedrock does that Java doesn't, honestly.
Yeah, you should be allowed to dip that dab in Java as well.
I genuinely think there might be potential for a mod of just adding shit to Java that only Bedrock has at the moment.
That exists. Like, there are 5 mods that do exactly that.
Damn.
Minimum of a pelican. I still haven't seen luck and bad luck. Obviously they're
Okay, got him.
table stuff, but I haven't seen them in much.
I'm glad that's over, honestly.
Those are only for fishing, aren't they? Luck and bad luck?
Me no like Cygnus. Ancient Godslayer.
Look of the sea experience increase while fishing. To look attribute.
More of the worldly stone, my spoon.
Only fishing utilizes the quality attribute.
I don't have a Deathsicle. Aww.
Unobtainable
A
in
shame.
survival mode without cheats.
Maybe using Super Radiant Slaughter for old Duke then. I don't know. I'd have to ask if Death's Ascension is particularly good against him.
So why the luck and bad luck? If they're not able to be obtained in survival, why?
I don't know, there's a lot of weird effects that just kind of don't have much justifying their existence.
I don't think they really need their existence justified, though.
If it's a game feature, then it probably does.
Stuff's allowed to be in a game just because the devs thought it would be cool to add.
Yeah, but then they don't actually implement it anywhere.
Oozing and infested.
They just have the
Oh.
code sitting there in the game's repository for no good reason.
Oh,
It's-
weaving as
I'd say creative mode counts as it being implemented somewhere.
But then, why would you care about loot tables and creative mode?
Fuck if I know.
Yeah,
It's the entire
exactly.
creative necessity and command system. Oozing, weaving, and infested effects that place things or spawn things are a very interesting thing to have decided to add.
Alright.
Slow falling. Falling.
Oh, adrenaline.
It's decided I'm streaming Secret of the Mimic as my next thing.
How many secrets can you find?
All of them.
Why is it decided that?
Because Sean was going me and everything Secret of the Mimic.
That's the final decision maker.
That's the final decision maker.
Health
And I've said it out loud now, but that's the reason, and I can't go back on it after that. So
Health boost is an unused status effect that increases maximum health of an entity. Yay.
I have a question. When did I meet my friends? Well, that depends on
When I
the
was
friend.
born.
When I was born, when Sean was born, I met them. But when I went to my first school, I met Kieran, and then when I went to college, I met some of my other friends. So different points in my life.
me and Charlie have been best friends ever since we met in primary school. That's not actually true. But, I mean, it might as well be.
Now it's a blood moon, so I have another intrusive effect going on while I'm trying to fight a very attention-demanding boss. Thank you, Wrath of the Gods.
What is the Jama whipped cream noise?
I don't know, honestly.
Oh.
Oh, I found an empty canister of
Why'd that hit
food-grade
me?
nitrous oxide at work the other day. That someone had just left outside. Which is the stuff that goes into whipped cream to make it whippy.
Whippy.
And also you can huff it to get high apparently. Which is probably why it was there.
The rams aren't really that bad in this fight. I think the problem with this fight are the tiny projectiles that are barely visible that he shoots out that get in the way of your ramming.
Also known as dentist noise.
Like, a lot of people complain about this fight because of the ram dashing. That's not the problem with the fight, I hope you realize. It's everything else. But this is the final bad fight I have to deal with. Thank God. So as soon as I do this, the not good bosses, all 5 of them in a row, is finally over.
You know, I think you're wrong. I think everything's fine with this fight except for ram dashing.
That's
It
because
requires
you've never
absolutely no
rammed a
changes
boss.
other than removing the ram dashing.
That's because you've never ram dashed a boss in your life.
Yeah, agree to disagree.
Mods, put that Lilith picture inquiring about your orientation on screen.
What?
Picture of Lilith.
Inquiring about my orientation.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean took a picture of Lilith and she had a raised eyebrow in it.
OMG, like Dwayne the Rock, Roxon,
Lilith.
Jock.
Drain the rock, Lilith. Drain the rock. We would have. We went no more rain.
We win no more innocence.
I'll take innocence. 50.
Doesn't get you very far.
Thanks for the shark one. That was really cool.
Thanks
Sent
for
it
your
in.
innocence.
I
Sent it in.
tried to ram.
I sent it in Animal Piss and you sent the Dwayne the Rock. Yeah.
How do you ram dash a boss while also at the same time dodging a minefield?
Animal Piss is such a good channel name. I'm glad whoever came up with that is around.
And then the pinned message is just a picture of Ozzy sleeping peacefully. He just took a massive piss.
Dogs like pissing, I've come to find.
That's why it's called Animal Piss. It's
No,
my
it's
fault.
not. I just found that message and decided to pin it.
Someone renamed it Animal Piss once. It was never always
No one
called that.
changed it back. Oh yeah. I know, because it was Animal Pics when it was first created. And someone decided to change it to Piss, and I don't know if it was Ozzy that prompted it or what. But it was someone pissing.
I don't think anything prompted it to my memory, it just happened.
It just was Animal Piss one day.
Yeah.
It might have been during a James B discussion.
Thanks, James Ski. You're the best.
You know how many people we're gonna piss off if we start shit talking James Ski? Probably a
A
lot.
lot. Which is why I'm not actually shit talking him. I'm just joking, guys. I promise. I don't actually dislike him. I don't even watch his stuff. I don't know.
Me
anything
neither.
about
I don't
him
watch
from
his
the
stuff.
dog
I
piss.
just know that he apparently likes the image of the dog pissing.
Yeah, I thought we were finally rid of it, so I started watching his stuff again and I was enjoying it. Then about 2 videos in, boom, dog piss.
It's very weird that he's just obsessed with that.
Yeah. I can see why people would find it funny, but to use it to the degree that he uses it is
most
quite something.
His most recent video is how he bought a new engine for his car, and he accidentally bought a jet engine from a country that no longer exists. So, I doubt it's going to be used there, but who knows at this point.
I mean, they're basically the same thing, a car engine and a plane engine.
A military jet engine from a country that doesn't
Well,
exist is a very...
Is it a jet engine or is it like a prop plane engine?
I believe it's a military jet engine. That
Because a jet engine would not fucking work in a car because it requires.
That was a completely different sound, buddy. I hope you know that you can't use that as a sound cue for something.
Because it requires to be able to have the exhaust nozzle out the back. It doesn't really work on cars.
It's time
But
to
you
change
can
my
use an
weapon.
engine off like a Spitfire or something in a car.
Hello, Cosmix. If it's time to change my weapon, give me a different weapon to use that isn't Super Radiant Slaughterer. because it can still hold its own.
It's not actually that uncommon for propeller plane cars to be used in propeller plane engines to be used in cars, because Rolls-Royce Merlin has been used in cars quite a few times,
I'll send a picture of it.
and in boats, and in tanks, and all sorts of other shit. And that was originally meant for
Oh my
use
God.
in the Supermarine Spitfire. Holy shit! That is actually a fucking turbojet engine off of a goddamn fighter jet. What the fuck?
He does this. I wasn't kidding. And he modifies this awful AP car a lot. I don't think this is actually going to be able to make
Why are
it
those
onto the
tiny
thing.
projectiles still around? You did that attack like
That's a
3
Motorola
attacks ago.
M701. That was used in the L-29, which was a trainer jet for the Warsaw Pact. There was about 10,000 of them made. The engine, not the plane. There was only about 4,000 of the plane.
And he accidentally bought one for his car.
But they were used a lot by the Soviets, they were used a lot by the Bulgarians, and the Egyptians, and obviously the Czechs. As a trainer aircraft and a light attack aircraft. They're quite popular now for civilian uses. For test pilot schools. The Cold War Museum in Canada has a couple of them. The University of Iowa has a few. There's a lot in like museums and stuff, and there's a couple that are owned by like private individuals.
I like that he changes his sound cue for an attack halfway through the fight, so now you have to get used to a completely new one.
Left, right.
Got a night.
I'm pretty sure the US Navy actually still uses them as like fake cruise missiles for like testing stuff on.
I'm not starting a harem. That's not something I'm ever gonna do.
A nightmare about you starting a harem and forcing them to watch your stream. God damn. It's a creative nightmare at least.
I'm so tired, boss.
Why?
I'm so boss.
That was 2 minutes 38. I feel like I'm supposed to be killing him in that time, not getting towards the end.
And now a worm from our sponsors.
Can you imagine Charlie getting a sponsor for one of her streams? How long would that last before they pulled out because of weirdness?
Well, okay. That's a hell of a thing to say.
I mean it in a good way, to be clear.
Use Fargo's Insta bridges. No.
Why not?
Sorry. I'm using an Insta bridge. I don't need more than that. It'll just get in the way if I use more than the one. Also, you saw that that was a ram dash because I clearly went into the boss and it decided that I'd take damage anyways.
Yeah.
It's just like that sometimes. Halley's Inferno. Well, from what I know, Halley's Inferno isn't bad. Calamity Add-on Talk's doing its usual thing of not answering me, so I'll take a look at it.
A Halley's Inferno.
I need another rifle scope. I need more luminal. I hope I don't need more luminal.
Yes. I'm not familiar with that weapon.
Well, yeah, you don't play Terraria.
No, hold on. There's no need for such baseless accusations.
I don't expect you to know a post-Moonlord weapon in Calamity mod when you've only reached that stage in progression like once with me. And it wasn't playing range.
Hold on, 2 or 3 times with you because we've done a couple full playthroughs together.
We've done like one full playthrough.
We've definitely done more than one because I swear I've done it as melee, I've done it as summoner as well. With you.
I don't remember beating more than one. But yes, I'll try Halley's Inferno.
You don't remember beating Moonlord more than once?
With you?
Well, I do remember, luckily for us. So...
I can see it and see other people's setups, true. Old Duke is just odd. He's a boss that exists, certainly. I don't hate him. I have no capacity to hate him since he comes right after Poltergeist. There is no room in my mind to hate this boss because of Poltergeist.
So you just sort of lack feelings towards this boss?
I don't like him. I don't fucking despise him.
Yeah. If he was anywhere else in the game, you probably would.
Yeah.
Hi everybody! Hello! It's my team! What?
Yeah, this weapon's definitely good.
I can't wait to hear Zach Hagel.
How did that conversation go? Like, we need a voice for this rock guy. I know a dude.
I have this friend. You play a guy.
No, he probably auditioned for it. Like, hello everybody! And then Nintendo was like, unironically like, yes, that's exactly what I had in mind. Miyamoto was like, you understand the character perfectly!
I don't...
You're hired!
Still so shocked that when people asked him if it was true, he said, no, it's a mistake, I'm playing Pauline. And he's not actually fucking lying about that.
No, I'm playing Pauline, man. I'm playing Pauline. That is such a Zach response.
I love it. It makes me want to buy the new Donkey Kong, honestly.
Yeah.
I probably wasn't going to get it otherwise, because, ooh, no. But yeah, monkey, ooh, gross, hate.
I still hope to God they utilize his masterful work as a monkey.
Oh, yes!
He can do a monkey voice.
Man, it's gonna suck though when Pauline Dunn gets bit by a copperhead.
Hey DK, what would you do if you were
if you had to like eat a mouse to get into heaven, would you do it?
If you had to like give up bananas forever just to get into heaven?
Would you do it?
Which mouse do I have to eat?
Let's say she's not even a mouse, but let's say Isia.
I can't do it.
Yeah, she's probably too spicy for you, white boy.
No, she's probably too large. That's a full-grown woman with well. That's an adult woman we're talking about.
She's full grown. She's just short.
She's tiny is what
She's
she
not
is.
tiny.
She's smaller than you are. And that's impressive.
What are we talking about?
Okay. Isia. I feel like sometimes people get the impression, like, in roleplaying stuff, sometimes people get the impression that my characters are a lot shorter than they actually are.
How short is Isia?
She's, like, only slightly shorter. Well, she's a little shorter than the average woman. She's not tiny.
How short is she?
I'm not gonna, like, give you a specific height on the spot. I'm not good at that.
Is she above 5 foot, would you say?
Most definitely, it's only like...
She's above 5 foot.
Good. I could not eat her, purely based on her size. As an almost full-grown adult woman.
The thing is, Phosphine is small, and it's not just because she's literally missing her lower legs, and it's not because she's short either. She's just smaller than normal people.
She's
In
probably
general.
like sub 3 foot since she's missing legs.
Since she's missing
Like
her
lower
legs, yeah. I found it really funny when I read Lord X's wiki page and it said that he's canonically 3'3".
That makes sense to me. He's like Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic's short.
Yeah, and he's a hunched over Sonic the Hedgehog a lot of the time because he's an old fucking man.
Say that again.
He's
Sonic the Hedgehog, he's fucking short.
No, you said Sonic short.
oh, paradox.
What?
Someone didn't watch Sonic Shorts on Newgrounds
I
as a little baby child.
I think that's probably for the best.
Yeah.
A green text. Be me, straight. Just fucking get the rest.
I fucking posted that because someone in the server I'm in posted the original, unironically, mind you. So I posted that edit where it's like straight, it's a green text that starts with straight boy, and the rest of it is censored, and it just says, take a wild fucking guess. They're all the fucking same. Green texts are so annoying to me.
I am short, straight, quotes, boy who realizes he's gay because big co-worker pathead or something stupid like that. They're all identical.
You almost didn't practice, old Duke. Polter even feels fun. You must be an insane person to derive any sort of fun from Poltergeist.
How much luck would a woodchuck push if a woodchuck could push luck?
God damn it.
You must be deranged. Like, in the nicest way possible. To derive any sort of fun from old Duke. No, Poltergeist. Well, this guy's not fun either, but Poltergeist. I can see people finding fun from old Duke. Sometimes I do. Sometimes. But for the most part, I don't really feel much about him.
I've not cut myself yet today, which is nice. That's kind of impressive, I feel, that I've gone this long without an accident.
If you had to go back into Roblox for one game every month, what would it be?
Either Pillar Chase or Pizzeria Roleplay. I don't know if I can stomach anything else other than, like, work at a pizza place. Or make a cake.
I'd say work at a pizza place and make a cake every time you two
That Build a Boat one, I can't remember the name of, but I'm pretty sure it starts with Build a Boat.
build a boat for treasure. I would
Yes.
love to be able to learn to do some whimsical shit in that game.
Like the Worm Boss.
I know the main thing with old Duke is to not let him touch you, but the problem is, he rams very fast.
Or Old Duke. Old Duke's a good idea to build for that, Charlie. You're onto something.
No, he's not. If you were to
What do you
build
mean he's
old
not?
Duke, if you were to build
Let's
old
say
Duke,
Paul.
people would just say, "What's that? Looks like shit."
Let's play it, Paul.
You take that back.
He is literally just Duke Fishon with the same acid rain color palette every other enemy in this event has. There's a reason he's, like, changing design completely. In fact, everything about Old Duke is changing completely, so it's really strange when people say, like, oh, well, technically he's not being reworked. He's just being, like, all replaced. He's just, like, getting touched up and turned into a different thing entirely with a different fight, a different sprite, and a different name. Which, may I remind you, is what happened to Astrogeldon with Astrum Aureus. Now, would you say that Aureus replaced Astrogeldon? Or the
Yes.
or the Aureus is Astrogeldon still? And technically they weren't replaced. Because it's literally the exact same deal.
Yeah. Do we know what the new name's gonna be?
No. The only name that, like, we know of that was considered for it is Shinryu, and basically as soon as that was mentioned, it was declined, because that is a shit name.
Yeah. I don't...
The name Shinryu translates to True Dragon, which to call Old Duke of all bosses a True Dragon, when his whole thing is being an Auric Dragon offshoot, not a True Dragon, is kind of dumb.
Okay. I want to think this next thing through very carefully before I say it. Because it might be controversial. And it might, like, fully end our friendship. So I want to think very carefully.
Gomery Cali versus...
Actually, I'll ask Charlie, would you end our friendship over a Terraria opinion that you don't like?
Not legitimately.
Good. In that case, I'll just come out and say, I don't actually dislike Old Duke's design that much.
It's literally just a nothing burger.
I don't dislike it.
It's not... It does not warrant a post-Moon Lord boss, is the thing. Where, like, all these bosses are supposed to mean something.
I kind of agree in that regard, but I don't think the design's necessarily bad.
Get Flesh Totem, kind of. Might be true about that.
I think if Old Duke was, like, an optional pre-Moon Lord boss, and obviously his stats were changed a bit, and his drops were changed a bit to reflect that,
yeah,
he'd be fine. Even with his current design, he'd be fine in that position.
Yeah, but he would be literally nothing notable. He would be just another boss that exists.
I'm not sure every boss needs to necessarily be notable. I think it's fine for a boss to just be a boss.
In a mod like Calamity, that's kind of not how it works, is the thing.
Does who?
Calamity. Or at least it's not supposed to be how it works, because of how deep the lore goes.
I don't think every boss needs to have, like, massive lore significance. It can just be this is a thing that exists in the world. And I think the lore would be richer for having things like that.
Sure. There are things like that in Calamity, but Old Duke is kind of very, very unnecessary.
Like, fighting a whale would be pretty damn hard, but whales don't exactly have any real-world lore significance.
Yeah.
There's no, like, great story about whales. Well, actually, there's several.
The thing is with Old Duke is that, like, you would be wasting a lot of potential on him. Which is why they're changing him so much, to make him actually meet the potential that he does have. Because as much of everybody, including myself, doesn't like this dude, he does have potential.
But it's not, but he's not going to be, Old Duke's gonna be God.
Yeah, but his character is the one thing that's staying the same. Him as a character.
Oh, that's good at least.
And him just being an old Duke Vishron doesn't really serve the character that well. Whereas the new concept, which even though it's not set in stone, the new concept for him goes a lot harder. Of like evil tyrant man who like stole the soul of the dragon of ice so that he could freeze himself in time.
Okay, that actually does kind of go hard.
Yeah, I'm hoping they keep that through to the final version.
But again, I'm not so sure that it's good that every boss goes insanely hard, you know?
Well, not all of them do. You have Crabulon. Crabulon is literally just a crab from the sea that burned up Calamitus's hand, who then went to the mushroom biome and died and his body was took over by spores.
The only fucking thing I know about Crabulon is that they apparently want estrogen.
Sometimes I forget that I made Crabulon trans.
Why did you do that, by the way? I'm still so confused by you.
Because I thought it would be really funny to have a Terraria boss like Crabulon, like, just be like an average trans girl just trying to get by.
Was it funny?
Well, to me it was pretty funny.
Fair enough. I'm not asking you because I don't think it was, by the way. I'm asking you because I don't fucking remember it being funny. I don't remember it being not funny either.
I don't remember the part where I laughed.
I remember being more confused than amused, but that happens a lot with both of your writing.
Oh. That kind of hurt.
What?
That kind of hurt.
Now, hold on. I said it happens. Hold on. I said it happens a lot, not that it happens all the time, or it's even most of the time. Your writing's very funny and sad and emotional at times. And sometimes it's even very funny, you know?
Yeah, I mean, who could not find a character such as Phosphine so tragic? She truly is done so dirty by the world. And those around her.
She's not really being done dirty by those around her, though.
This guy.
What?
Told you. You gotta stop thinking I'm talking about you all the time. When I'm playing a game.
I mean, yeah, I get where you're coming from with that. But in the context of what I've just said about Phosphine, I can kind of see it having been about me.
Yeah, you can apply that to literally anything, though. If you're paranoid enough.
This is not a paranoia thing. And if it was, whose fault would that be, huh?
Probably your own.
No. I'm not just paranoid for no reason. Well, actually, firstly, I'm not paranoid at all.
Hmm?
But if I was paranoid, it wouldn't just be for no reason.
Cool shotgun.
Yes.
Cool doing this
Thank you
attack
very
twice in a
much.
row.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I am very cool for doing this twice in a row.
Oh man, I'm already losing it a little.
What do you mean by you're losing it?
What do you think? I'm fighting the old Jew. He's the last thing between me and being allowed to actually fight good bosses. And I thought I wouldn't have to fight him because Wrath of the Gods is supposed to make it so you don't have to. But it decided to Wrath of the Gods all over the place and not work.
Kind of like how I Minecrafted all over the place during that one movie we saw in the cinemas, Kung Fu Panda 4. I still can't believe that the Kung Fu Panda, of the Kung Fu Panda franchise fame, and Minecraft Steve are the same person.
The
It'll
Kung
never
Fu
not
Panda.
be
His name is
weird.
Po.
No, his name's the Kung Fu Panda.
The Kung Fu Panda.
Why do you think the movie's called that, huh? Huh? Like, who do you think the main character of Star Wars is?
Ray.
And what is Rey's last name?
Skywalker.
Rey Star Wars.
Rey Starwalker.
Rey is legitimately like the least interesting character in that trilogy to me.
Wow.
Why is she getting a solo film?
He really just hit me with the very first dash and then decided, no, you don't get to do this phase, actually.
Why don't you get to do it? Is that wait, is it a good thing you don't get to do that phase or a bad?
Bad because he just killed me instantly. On the phase that I probably need a little bit of experience with.
I thought for a second he'd Wrath of the Gods everywhere and broke.
No. This isn't a Wrath of the Gods thing, that only happens at the start of the fight. Although it would be funny if the Avatar just came in for no reason halfway through, and then decided to end the fight.
Is that what Wrath of the Gods is meant to do?
Yeah, it's meant to instantly kill old Duke as he spawns in, because he's such a bad boss that, like, the mod invents a way to not have to fight him. Except it's never once worked for me. And it straight up doesn't work, period, in Infernum.
Okay, this is the part where I might accidentally cut myself, so I gotta be careful.
I hope that Cadel's listing on IMDb is legit.
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know, it's just that Cadel and Podrock with very little information out about anything.
Yeah, because the game's not out.
Obviously, but him being one of 6 voice actors listed.
Now that wasn't the tell at all. Oh, because it's in the last phase. Do I think I could beat Pyra in a beauty contest? No, and is this really the only thing that goes through your mind?
We have no villain voices, we just have Pauline, Odrock, Donkey, Cranky, Funky, and Dixie.
Sorry,
I
chat, but...
probably don't want to spoil who the villain is.
Sorry, chat, but I think I'm gonna have to turn on the Infernum boss bar for this fight, just so I can know when that final phase begins. It's very important that I know when the final phase begins on this particular fight, because it's not that obvious. And you have to react to it immediately. I am in a rhythm with this guy again now, though. The problem was I was running too far away from his projectiles, meaning that I couldn't tell where they were going to go.
Sorry, Chaff, but Charlie's decided that having an ego the size of Mount Everest is no longer funny. So she stopped doing that.
When did I ever do that?
I seem to very distinctly recall you doing
Shit, my
going
adrenaline.
full Sonic EXE and saying that you were God. Many times.
Failing to think of any particular scenarios where that happened.
It happened a lot when we were playing Terraria together.
I do wonder who's voicing VoidCon.
The name Void Kong is just inherently funny to me.
Yeah. I agree. Unfortunately, I don't think your claims to godhood were on stream. I think it was when we were playing like offline.
For some reason I was like, I know in this phase he does the roar twice before dashing for no reason, but what if he just doesn't? For some reason I thought that, what if he just doesn't?
Because there's people thinking Void is also Zack. But there's no like, we've heard his voice, he doesn't have a gremlin voice,
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. I mean, if they've got him in, they might as well get full usage out of him, you know?
he would be a great captain.
And it's not like they'd necessarily be averse to giving celebrities, you know, voice roles before the big stuff. If they can cast Chris Pratt as Mario, they can cast Zack.
Why was that dash into the killer so quick?
I'm Zack Hadel.
The real Zack would never say that, you liar.
I hate it when he decides it would be funny to dash twice in a row.
Me too. So what is it in your eyes that makes the old Duke fight so bad, mechanics-wise?
He shoots a lot of tiny projectiles while demanding full attention from you dashing. And the speed he dashes towards the end of the fight gets to a point where it's so ridiculously absurd.
So, kind of a similar problem to what's its face?
He goes back to only doing one raw before he starts the dashes in the final phase. And that is so weird. Why is there just one phase where he completely changes the audio cue with his dashes and then goes back to the normal one? That feels like it's just to fuck with you, and it's not a good way to make the fight hard.
A similar problem to what I remembered his name, Devourer of God has.
Dog doesn't have a problem with ramming.
Regular Calamity Dog, where they're doing all your bullshit at the same time. Oh, I swear one of them runs this a problem. I can't know if it's Dog or not.
Base Cattle Dog's problem isn't his absurd difficulty. It's just everything. It's his fundamental design, not the fact that he's difficult, because he kind of isn't.
I don't know, he definitely is.
Only because he spends a lot of the fight boring you to death. So when he actually starts moving for once, like, it's suddenly pretty difficult to react to what he's doing.
Oh my fucking god, I'm Chris Griffin and oh my god.
I'd say in that regard, Cygnus is more comparable to Dog, Infernum Cygnus. Because there is no relaxation phase in this fight.
Why is his head shaped like a V?
Who's?
Void Kong.
V for Void. Clearly. I think.
I can't hit the boss when that happens. That final phase of the fight is going to take so much longer than it reasonably should, just because you cannot hit the boss. He goes way too fucking fast for you to be able to hit the boss. big issue with the final phase of this fight is that he's intentionally designed to dash faster than you can ram him, so you have to do this really weird specific dodge. It's worse than anything Dog does, and this fight's supposed to teach you the gimmick for Dog before you go and fight him. But it's worse.
Is my experience with Dog infinitely worse than yours because I primarily fought him in multiplayer with you, whereas you primarily fight him in single player?
I don't know, because I fought him way more.
I'm
Because
Bonanza
I know
Con.
my experience with Dog is typically that nothing fucking works. Like, at all.
It's not particularly that good when he is working.
Because I know my experience is that he is seemingly doing, like, several different types of attacks at the same time and shit like that. Which I think is multiplayer weirdness more so than it is Dog being bullshit. And I don't think he actually is doing that, I think he just looks like he.
Yeah.
So, from my perspective of multiplayer is broken as fuck, and that's primarily how I experience the fight, it very much does look like I'm expected to focus on, you know, all his projectile laser bullshit and spamming and all sorts at the same time. So that's probably where my weird opinion comes from.
Yeah.
Yo, Terraria devs, fix your fucking multiplayer plays.
I think it's genuinely impossible for them to without remaking the entire game.
Do that then.
Oof, boy, does this fight make me...
I mean, how long can remaking the entire game really take? Couple months?
Well, think about how long every single Terraria update spends in development.
Yeah. So I imagine remaking the update would be marginally faster than creating it to start with, but I'm not sure on that. Because a significant portion of that time will be spent designing shit.
Yeah.
But if it's already all designed, that simplifies it somewhat, I'd imagine.
Dude, what was that? He literally decided to sit on me. And sometimes in this phase he will just do like instant dashes. If he throws himself far enough away from you, he will instantly dash. And you physically cannot react to it.
Sticker. What sticker am I looking for now? Number 7. Oh, that's this big whitish one. Okay.
The promising war.
Dude, look at how fucking fast he is. This is absurd.
Now, boys, I'm going. Mods, put out the kettle on screen. When's the next jump for? Screen.
The next stream is a Blood Force Quartet.
We've been on summer holidays.
Can you answer that, Charlie?
I'm busy. Look, you... Look, I kind of have to pay attention here. Because he has an attack where if you don't react to it the second it's coming out, you will get hit.
The Calmling.
This fight, you physically can't. You physically cannot. Every time I fight this fight and I get to that final phase, it's like I have the exact same thing. You physically cannot, like, dash that fast. Physically cannot.
I mean, you've beat them before. So...
Yeah, but that's because you have to do something really, really specific in order to dodge his second dash instead of ramming it.
Right, since you died, when is Blunt Force Quartet coming back? That's actually a really good question from Sean.
I don't know, I lost the files for them when I was convinced that Streamlabs stopped working for no reason. Delay after dashing is reduced by 33%. Is this gonna help me, though? I hope so. I'm picking it up. I feel like Leviathan Ambergris is a really good idea for this fight. And I only just remembered it was a thing. With any luck, this will help me. Look, he did that thing where he dashes instantly again because he throws himself too far away from you.
What you win first time you try it with that?
No. I rammed into him, and it did the thing where it decides you're not actually immune during the ram.
Why is that happening?
Because it's bugged. The ram dash feature is bugged sometimes, and it just decides that you're not actually immune. People mainly talk about having that happen with Infernum Dog, because he takes a lot more attempts, but it's a thing that happens.
Do you think the fight would be better if that was fixed?
Obviously, yeah. I would have lost a lot less attempts to shit that I literally can't control.
Because if, like, the very mechanics you're expected to use to beat a boss, such as Dog, or, in this case, Old Duke or Bugs,
Yeah.
then the fight's gonna suffer a lot because of that.
It doesn't feel like my dash cooldown is any lower. He still hit me with the 1-2. Because the thing is, if you're not close enough to this boss when he's dashing, he will go at you again immediately. But what isn't taken into account is the fact that Old Duke goes so ridiculously fast that he throws himself beyond that threshold.
There should be some sort of limit to how far he can travel with it.
There is, but it's not enough. Because he on his own still triggers it. It's meant to punish you from trying to run away from him, But that in and of itself is already impossible.
Okay, why are there so many examples of where it's just a broken fucking mechanic making the boss worse?
17%. That means that in that final phase, I was only able to deal 3% of damage to him because of how fast he moves. I need Ambrosia Lampool for life regen. I forgot about the alcohol poisoning, so I'm gonna have to take off Affliction instead.
Hey! What's the big idea, man? You are
That's me,
celebrating
isn't
4th
it?
of July.
I'm the big idea, man.
You not celebrate 4th of July.
Oh yeah, I forgot it was
No.
the 4th of July. Well, that's what happens when I'm British.
Happy Tuesday.
Don't forget. My name's Mercedes Benz. Mercedes-Benz.
What is this Mercedes-Benz thing?
Delta Not actually in game.
Oh my
I
God.
don't know where. I
He
don't
did
know
it again.
who thought of it.
Oh yeah, what's his face drives a Mercedes-Benz, doesn't he? That's real.
Yeah, Ralph say.
Yeah, Ralph says.
It's not the same fucking thing.
Evidently not.
Tell me you haven't played Deltarune without telling me you haven't fucking played Deltarune.
Even the main character would tell you they are not the same.
Alright, yeah, I forgot he was doing that parallels bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. What a fucking shit game.
I mean, I don't think it's a shit game, because I've not fucking played it yet.
It's the original game that was meant to. The dream of Deltarune precedes in the town.
I mean, I'm aware of that part. But I'm fairly confident they are, like, meant to be... Saying they're meant to be the same sounds weird, but they're the same fucking story, just told over multiple games.
Yeah, the stories are definitely connected.
Why?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Steam page confirms the stories are connected. Like, it's not even up for interpretation, it's explicitly stated on the Steam store page.
Nobody said
that
it was
they are
up for
meant to be parallel
interpretation.
stories.
You're arguing with a man you made up.
Are you saying that no one's ever argued very loudly and
No,
publicly that they are
I'm saying
different
nobody
stories and not
here.
connected?
I'm saying nobody here has said that. Why are you arguing with someone who isn't here?
Why do you do that? Okay, well, to be fair, the people you're arguing with are oftentimes in a Discord channel you are currently typing in.
Yeah, I'm not just saying people are
so-
stupid for literally no reason, unprompted.
Well, I was prompted by the discussion of them being parallel stories.
Ow. I don't know what's happening in this attempt.
Which, if I'm right, means that saying Ralsei is Asriel is on the same level as saying that Andrew is Cassidy.
Not
Oh, Joe.
when you play chapter 1, you'll understand why that's not the case.
Yeah, even with this accessory, you still can't out-ram dash him. So...
Is Sans at least still Sans?
I think it... Yeah.
Sans is probably still Sans, because Sans isn't from Undertale originally anyway, is he? From what I recall, because he just sort of shows up one day in that town. Like, that's a thing in Undertale that never really got expanded on, that the skeletons just sort of showed up out of fucking nowhere.
Anyway, I'd say... I don't know the Smash books too well. I'm trying to think of...
That's good. You don't have the same disease as
You don't
us.
know them too well. You don't have to suffer what I have suffered.
The best I can come up with is before Secret of the Mimic, saying that Edwin in the books is William.
Ah, why does he have to do the dashes?
Wouldn't it be closer to saying Edwin is Henry?
Why does
I
he
guess
dash so fast that even if you have an accessory that makes you dash faster, you still can't outpace him? When he's supposed to be teaching you how to fight a boss that does not do that at all.
Yes, if there is a Henry in the books, which I'm pretty sure there is.
Not in the same books as Edwin, but yes. Henry came from the books.
Is there...
Right.
Does Asriel also exist in Deltarune as a separate entity to Rousey?
Yes.
You're going to have to play Deltarune, but yes, that is one of the known facts about it.
Dude, well, I'm only going to answer so many Deltarune questions for you instead of you playing the game.
Okay,
I
so this
plan to play the
fundamental-
fucking game!
What?
I plan to play fucking Deltarune, okay?
So this is fundamental info that will be immediately clear to you when you do get the time to play it. So don't worry too much about it.
The only circumstance under which I don't play Deltarune is if people keep pressuring me to play Deltarune and I refuse to out of spite. But you two aren't gonna do that anyway, so...
I'm already so tired of this
At least.
boss.
Okay, I know I am Old Duke's #1 defender, but I don't blame you.
Yeah, he literally pulls bullshit to train you against a boss that uses none of his bullshit. In reality, Dog is training for Old Duke. Except it's not really.
Did Dog used to use any of this bullshit?
No, Dog has never once tried to ram faster than you can.
The intention is probably that you ram towards him and, you know, tank it that way, but you can't because it's broken.
No, that's what a ram is. A ram is ramming into the boss. It's very rare that it decides to just not work, but since you do it so much over the span of one fight, it still winds up happening every now and then.
You sound very angry over this boss.
No, this is a calm and relaxing stream. It's literally titled that. I'm not angry.
Yeah.
If you think I'm angry, you're misreading my tone.
Remember when you did a stream of trying to... Remember when you did a stream where you were just trying to be positive all throughout here?
Yeah, and you know what? You know what broke that streak finally? It was this boss. This exact boss.
Yeah.
This exact boss was what broke the streak.
You struggle to maintain positivity even when facing not this boss.
Yeah, but this boss was what finally broke it.
You struggle to maintain positivity when the most stressful thing you're doing is hanging out with a friend.
Is that
What are you talking about? I'm not stressed like 24/7. In fact, I'm not even stressed right now.
I'm not saying you're stressed 24/7, just that you're stressed a lot.
No, I'm really not. I'm really just a chill guy. What gave you the idea that I'm so stressed?
The way you act.
How do I act? And don't say
someone
fucking
who's
stress.
under a lot of pressure.
Like, how, though? The only time I'm ever really freaking out, and freaking out is like an over-exaggeration, the only time I ever get stressed when I'm hanging out is because of buses. And that's reasonable.
Okay, yeah, that one's very reasonable, actually. You get so stressed over buses, you made an entire masterpiece game about it. And honestly, I don't blame you because they suck ass. The bus is not your game.
Wait, that's just pizza. That's not funny.
I was like... I'm very happy that Connie and Neve exists. It was originally... The original idea was to make it Cosmos waits for a bus, and I feel like if I went with that, it would have been so much worse. Not just because of Cosmos, but because, like, there is so much more potential in Connie and Neve than there is with the Cosmos game. About waiting for a bus, at least.
So you're not going to make the Cosmos game. Cosmos should be the one who gets to wait for a train game.
Cosmos was in Wait for a Bus, at least.
We've never had a wait for a train game. We should have a sequel that takes place in a city, and they have to wait for a taxi, and end up never getting one.
We've never had a waiting for a train issue, but that would be the twist. The issue doesn't come from the fact you're waiting for a train. The issue comes from the fact that the train arrives and you've got to stand the entire several-hour train journey. That would be the issue in the Cosmos train game.
The train arrives, you have to stand, and then for transport around, there's not a single taxi that wants to take you.
The thing is, I was considering making a Connie and Neve's Internet Goes Out game because I was working on Wait for a Bus when we lost internet for a whole week. I just don't know what I would actually put in Connie and Neve's Internet Goes Out.
Well, it doesn't have to be accurate to the experience at all.
Yeah, I know. The whole it would probably have to be like go to the shitty service provider's headquarters and beat the fuck out of them if it was turned into a game.
That's such a good idea, though. You should do that.
Yeah. That's what the original premise was of Cosmos Waits for a Bus. It would have been going to the bus station headquarters and, like, beating the fuck out of the employees. And I decided that Connie and Neve was a better way to go about it.
I mean, there are certain drivers have to put up with a lot of shit, but sometimes there are drivers who put people through shit.
There's been plenty of bus drivers I don't like.
Yeah.
There's been plenty of bus drivers where I would make a video game and I'll beat the shit out of them.
I would make a reality of it.
Well, you do still beat up a bus driver in Connie and Neve. It just happens to be DJ Halliday.
Yeah, DJ Halliday.
But no, you could, I mean, trains are big. The entire Wait for a Train game could just be you wait for a train, you get on and realise there's no seats at this part of the train. You have to fight your way to the front of the train and find a seat somewhere.
Yeah. And it could be split up in like Coach 1, Coach 2, Coach 3, and then it could be like a roguelike Binding of Isaac type of deal where each layer is just one of the coaches towards going to the front of the train.
And you're realising my idea of a Cosmos train game is actually fucking awesome now, right?
And then you get to the front of the train and it turns out Phosphine is the fucking driver.
Okay, so you're definitely realising my Cosmos train game concept's awesome, right?
Yeah.
I want to do that now.
I'd probably have Krakow be a boss in a sequel game, just because I think Krakow is a really funny character. I wouldn't even change much about him.
Krakow for Smash? No, Krakow for Cosmos Train game. You don't even need a name. Cosmos Train game works.
Yeah.
What if you have, like, Sean from Undertale?
Do you agree with the Bandana D for Smash movement?
Yeah.
What the fuck? You guys see the problem, right? Not even Yaron does that. Not even Yaron does the thing where he dashes twice in a row like that.
Yaren's better.
No, Yarim is gonna fight like the Terraria equivalent of Senator Armstrong, apparently. Still no idea how the hell that's gonna work.
Who said that?
I don't remember. I don't know if it's still the case, because it was definitely FabSol's idea. But I can't see Yarim playing like anything but a melee-focused fight.
Honestly, Terraria equivalent of Senator Armstrong sounds awesome, but I've no clue what that would be.
It's just melee-focused, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, since melee is only one of several classes in this game.
Are there any real melee-focused bosses, though?
No! Infernum Dog almost counts, but that's just because melee has a wild time with him because it's so close range all the time.
Yeah. I doubt they're gonna be a worm boss.
They're gonna be a girl boss.
Well, we already know what Yarim looks like. There's been jokes about Yarim Worm, but that's purely jokes. And it's just a bunch of Yarims strung together.
They're gonna make Yarim into a worm boss, I'm calling it now.
Got like a bunch of yarns in it.
No, they're kind of de-wormifying bosses now that FabSol's gone.
Are they actually?
That's in the talks, yeah.
Which bosses are becoming not worms?
Perforida Hives is, I think, getting its worms removed. Astrum Deus may not be a worm in future. Astrum Deus is the main one I want to be de-wormed because he has literally nothing going for him as a boss.
Watch them de-worm them by just making them back into a slime boss.
That's Astrum Aureus. Astrum Deus
Yes,
has
it
always
is.
been a worm.
It is. Watch them de-worm Astrum Deus by making them into a slime boss, Ben.
I missed one dash and that means I lose. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Okay, old Duke.
Who's Yaron?
I think only half of that was necessary. Yaron is the dragon. That's really
Yarim?
cool. Yarim is the guy who the dragon is loyal to, and the main antagonist to the entire mod. He's not in the game. But he's going to be the final boss when he is. Like, years from now.
So he's just guy
Like-
sized.
Well, he's guy-sized, but really fucking tall. And his sprite is probably going to be bigger than the Terrarian by a considerable margin.
You've kind of got to do that for boss fights which are just dudes.
Not really, because Supreme Calamitous notably doesn't do that, and neither does Lunatic Cultist. And they're completely fine.
That's true. But you've got to if you want them to be like, you know, final boss material.
Yeah, Yarim's probably going to be upscaled a decent amount because he is canonically very tall.
I don't get the Calamity Discord because sometimes I'll just... Right, I'll have to... Kieran, how well do you know two character names?
How well do you know Toho character names?
Right.
Not as well as I should.
I feel like it majorly depends on the game.
Right, I'm gonna-
Probably better than you, Sean.
Toho 12 is probably one you know because I've literally just introduced basically every single character from that game. Except for Kogasa and Nue.
So I know one of them's Reimu.
Reimu's the main character.
Yes. One of them is Reimu.
Who's the purple one?
Sean, do you know how many characters are in Toho?
Million. See, Kieran is looking at himself.
Purple one. Like, describe more than just purple one.
Red ribbon on pink hat, blonde hair, purple thing. Yeah, it
It's-
looks like
It's Yukari, I'm pretty sure Yukari Yakumo.
Yeah, that's Yukari Yakumo.
okay. So I could search like Yaren in Calamity mod, and it'll just come up with a picture of Reimu pushing Yukari in a wheelchair.
Yeah. It's probably captioned Jaren for one reason or another.
No, it's not captioned at all.
It's probably in the file name then.
All the tags.
Oh, actually, you mean like message caption, not image caption, right?
Yeah, no, it won't be. The image itself won't be captioned that.
I mean, you know.
Well, if it was, you would have said. You would have said captioned Yaren.
Ah, it's like this image except it's with the Terrarian and Yaren.
Yeah, it's in the midst of an out of context discussion, it seems. Also, that's Yukari slander.
At least I know.
Wait,
Who
what
Reimu is.
Yukari slander?
Putting her in a wheelchair and having her pushed by Reimu. Okina literally fucking exists. And she is legitimately in a wheelchair.
It's probably a joke on the like, okay, Grandpa, go take your meds.
It is, because that's one of the main jokes of Yukari. It's the whole hag thing, but like, that's not doing Yukari justice for how fucking powerful and cool she actually is.
Does anything in the Toho fandom do any of the characters justice?
No! And Koichi gets it the worst out of anybody, potentially. No, there's probably characters that get it worse, but Koichi has it really fucking bad. And it's almost exclusively because of Koichi Kameji's heart-throbbing adventure. If that series didn't exist, Koichi wouldn't be, like, so fucking horrifically represented in the fanbase.
What is the heart-throbbing adventure? Sorry, I am so confused.
It's literally just
by
a
that.
series of shock horror content that fucked over so many Toho characters, mainly Koichi because she's the main character. And it is so shitty and traumatizing just for the sake of it.
One of those.
It's genuinely a fucking stain on the fandom.
Two.
Again, as with every time I talk shit about something on live stream, I apologize if you're into that thing. I just seriously don't like heart-throbbing adventure because of what it did to the characters.
It's one of those fan works that got too popular for its own good.
Yeah.
I'll
And
go
yes,
peek.
I know Canon gave Koichi a knife, and I feel like Canon shouldn't have done that because there's literally no fucking reason to give her a knife beyond the game that introduced her with it. Was I in the final phase there? No, I wasn't even. He's just dashing that fast for the fucking sport, I guess.
Wait, why would they give Koichi a knife?
Urban legend in Limbo, she was assigned to an urban legend that, like, meant that she uses a knife to do it. But outside of that context, there is no fucking reason for her to have a knife. But they kept it because the fandom liked the fact that she has a knife. They're like, ooh, character with knife, cool. And I'm like, no, you fucking dweebs. That's not what the character is. She literally just has that to reference the urban legend.
This isn't a very relaxed.
Shut up.
Daily Dose of Internet has a new channel.
It's your fault for bringing up Toho. I'm not mad at the boss, I'm mad at the Toho fandom for fucking existing.
See what I mean about you being stressed?
I'm not stressed. I'm just pissed off at the Toho fanbase.
There's a new
I'd
daily-
argue being pissed off's a type of stress, Charlie.
There's a new no, it's just an emotion. There's a Daily Dose channel that's centered around pets that seems to be trying to
I'm seeing sideways.
counter the intake of distressing or
Hold on.
harmful situations pets are put in for videos.
Huh. Neat, I guess. Yeah.
I'm asking the Discord again. This time the question is, why does the Leviathan Ambergris do, like, literally nothing against this boss? It's supposed to make me dash faster. I don't feel a slither faster. he's still able to outspeed me even in his second phase.
I'm probably gonna go downstairs, stick a pizza in soon, check on how my dad's doing with Lego, etc. I'll finish this leg first before I do that.
Obviously, a few videos have went through, such as cats that are too big avoidably, but it's done better than other animal compilations I've had to tab out of early. And obviously, again, these videos are actually sourced with permission, rather than rebooting.
Define cats that are too big avoidably, bro.
Like,
You know, like heckin' chonkers.
not a medical thing, not a sun thing, not a thing of first how the cat was when they met, and sometimes, I mean, this one specifically seems to be being big is part of the cat's social page branding.
Internet culture has kind of fucking ruined a lot of pet owners because they love their heckin' chungus chonkers too fucking much.
I have seen a lot of people like saying, "Oh, this cat means my like one of my favorite, particularly. Just look how big he is."
He did the thing where he roars twice before. He literally just does that to throw you off. Literally.
If outdoor cats get like big avoidably, I get it. Cause like,
Yeah.
I know Whiskers at points would get quite large because Whiskers would come to us, their owner, for food, and then they'd go bother every fucker else in the neighbourhood for food. That's just kind of how some cats are, especially the outdoors ones. But if unless the cat is a stray that you brought in and gave a good home to, they probably should not be an outdoors cat.
Honored Shield legitimately has use right now?
I'll go eat some chicken and bacon pasta.
Pasta sounds good right now, actually, but I don't have any in, I don't think. I'm probably just going to stick a pizza in the oven for myself.
Honored Shield and ambergris.
7.
I'll try this. The dash range is a lot short, but that's not what matters. What matters is dashing in the first place. So I didn't know that ambergris just straight up doesn't work on the Elysian edges. There is nothing in game that tells you that. If there was, that would have been very helpful. Because that was the problem. And if I knew that that was a problem, if the game communicated that in any way, shape, or form to me, I wouldn't have just wasted like half a goddamn hour using the Leviathan ambergris when it does nothing. Thanks, random projectile. You're so cool. Thanks, old Duke, for dashing instantly again, because you yourself threw yourself away from me. You are so cool and such a good boss. go again. It's already going better. Now that I'm aware that this item interaction exists. Okay. Suddenly, life feels a lot more possible.
Life.
Yeah.
Bit dramatic, but okay. Well, you do get a bit dramatic when you're playing Terraria, so I can't fault you.
Yeah, because it's my job.
True.
I'm an entertainer. I'm supposed to get dramatic and exaggerate.
Yes, and I'm an entertainer. I'm supposed to piss you off by saying stupid shit like that.
I can see you watching Avatar of Emptiness. Why didn't you just kill this guy and prevent me from feeling all of this pain? Why didn't you just do my job for me?
Nope. Normally I'd say it sucks. It glitched and he didn't kill that guy for you, but considering how entertaining it's been watching you struggle through it. It's probably for the best he didn't.
Oh my god, man. How long am I expected to do that? Because that wasn't even halfway through that final phase.
My Itori Goku is probably arriving tomorrow, so that'll be nice. Tomorrow or Monday she ought to get here.
Well,
I'm
I'm just testing this weapon's DPS in comparison to Halley's Inferno, and I don't think it's worth using.
Are you excited for Bullshit Rock Season 2?
Yeah,
Good. Me too.
it's one of the best animes I done watched.
We do need to watch more, but it is really good. I quite enjoyed it. The soundtrack was great, which is nice.
Pirates
I
are...
mean, I'd hope the soundtrack was good, seeing as it's about someone playing music.
Now tell me, game, is there literally any reason for pirates to show up other than to waste more of my time? Also, I've spent so many attempts that I'm out of health potions. But I got more. Haha. Isn't this game so much fun? Oh, look at that, I'm out of Bloodstone. Can I go over to my Abomination real quick? Oh. They're already here. Look, just... And cancel the Sandstorm, too. What the hell? Oh, this boss. I've run out of healing potions to fight a really bad boss, so now I have to fight a different really bad boss in order to get more potions. So that I can keep attempting to beat the other really bad boss. Oh, Infernum. How you tickle me. Actually, should I just reforge my helmet? So that I can make the ranged bullet flare helmet instead? I sort of feel like I should do that. You know what? Since Ravager is Ravager, I really don't think that it's a good idea to fight him more than is necessary. Therefore, I deem it valid to just treasure bag.
Right, that's that leg done, so I'm going to go stick my pizza on. I might stick downstairs while it cooks, I'm not sure. Either way, I'll be disappearing for a wee bit. I will see you later.
Oh, joys. I sure do enjoy this punch progression. I'll keep going at it. Just give me the range helmet. Yeah, this feels like a better idea. It'll give me more survivability, probably. Maybe more damage too. Perhaps I should have been using this the whole time, or maybe I should have been using Omega Blue. In fact, Omega Blue literally fucking exists. What am I doing? Oh, but if I want Omega Blue, then I have to go through the Infernum biz. And then I realize the more I play Infernum, the more I really don't actually like it that much. And it is in large part due to just this whole point in progression. That is the only reason. Well, no, there are other reasons. Slime God sucks, but Slime God doesn't deter me from wanting to play the mod. It's just, I really thought, man, I really thought that I wouldn't have to do this. Because Wrath of the Gods literally has a thing that makes it so you don't have to do this. But little did I know, Wrath of the Gods also decides, oh, screw you, if you're playing Infernum. It's okay. It's completely fine. I just need to spend a bunch of time in the Abyss now to get a bunch of shit to fight the boss. Oh yeah, the ocean froze over. Thanks, Earth the Gods. So I think I need depth cells. I know I need Reaper Teeth, which is going to be the worst part. Reaper Teeth only spawn at the bottom layer from Reaper Sharks, so that's where I have to go. There's the idolists. Attempt 1, that's kind of false. I fought those guys before. Are you kidding me? I literally just wanted to put a waypoint down. What a freak. Alrighty. No, there's no point battle crying. It's a completely different counter whether or not the mini-bosses spawn, isn't it? Well. Why, I showed you, like, waiting, because this is all that this is. You have to wait. There's literally no way to increase the spawn timer on this. Like, Battlecry doesn't work. Observe. Doesn't work. I have to just sit here and wait. And I thought that was something, but that's just the idolists. That's something. Can't remember what specific sound is what monster, though. Oh, it's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. There's 2 different mini-bosses that can spawn, and only one can show up at a time. And if it's not Reaper Shark, then you're out of luck. That's the exact same sound, which means that it's also not Reaper Shark. The sound determines which one it is. And we don't need anything from the Eidolon Worm. I'm not sure why the person who designed the Infernum Abyss made it this way. Where instead of the things just spawning, you have to wait this much. But this is what we're dealing with. Meanwhile, I'm just taking passive damage, and I'm not really sure why. That's the exact same sound again. They made this such a pain. Blank the Eidolon Worm. So many Infernum changes are pretty cool. Everything about the Abyss is objectively worse. That's the right one. And I've just angered the idolists and not the actual boss. There he is. The idolists have so screwed this up, haven't they? Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. This is actually gonna suck. This is gonna suck so hard. because of the Idolists, this is gonna suck so hard to farm. Because of the Idolists and because of the pure RNG deciding whether or not you actually get to fight the boss in the first place. Who designed the Infernum Abyss and why is it like this? And that's an Eidolon worm. You know what, I'm just gonna get rid of these guys now. What was that? That destroyed my frame rate. Why is this an attack you can do? Why would you have an attack that makes the frames that bad? Oh well. Back to waiting. What a drag this point in progression is just to get to dog. Just to get to dog. I have to go through all of this. So I gotta be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna play Infernum again after this stream. I like a lot of the bosses in Infernum, but it is... things like this make it so not worth it to me, because I don't know who decided that this was fun. That's a fucking Eidolon worm. Now these guys are back. God. I mean, it's not without merit. Is it atmospheric? Yeah. It's pretty atmospheric, even though there is literally nothing here. So there's no reason for it to take so long, because there's absolutely nothing to be doing down here. But it is atmospheric to have the Predator come up, like, roaring like this. But then you think about it from a gameplay perspective, and it's like, there can only be one of these guys at a time, and if you roll one of them, tough luck, buddy. If you roll the one that's not the one you want. Which I've now done like 5 times in a row. The problem with Infernum, and especially with streaming it, is that every single time I play this mod, I have the exact same complaints. Without fail, every time. Same complaints. Especially at this point. Like, it wouldn't be as bad if I didn't need to farm countless Reaper Sharks in order to be able to get the armor. But I kind of do need multiple of these guys. And then when I actually fight him, that happens. Ha 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 ha. I may as well turn this back on. Fucking hell. This mini-boss, this method of summoning. So so tedious. This is why I don't often make Omega Blue in Calamity Mod. It's because this is what it takes. It's fucking why was it here? Well, there he was. Why does the Eidolon Worm show up so much more? See what I mean? The Reaper Shark gives you so much more compared to Eidolon Worm. And I swear to God, it's probably just a 50-50 thing. And this is a case of the video game being sentient. But God. Yeah, I get it. You're evil and intimidating. Fight me already. I like the parts of Infernum that are designed with the idea of challenge in mind. I'd less like the parts that are designed with tedium as the outcome. How many teeth did I get for that? I got 8. Eight is close to what I need, but I still need to kill one more. Wait, that was a Reaper Shark? Was it? Oh man. That sound really doesn't sound like a Reaper Shark, man. Oh, but that's not a Reaper Shark. Okay. Just do that one more time and we'll be good. Okay, here it comes. So I have to buy another potion as well. They have spawn items for literally every other thing. And yet for the Abyss, it's just this. that it? Am I free? Why do I feel like I'm still gonna be missing something at the end of this? I know Deep Sea Dumbbell's good against Old Duke if I was a rogue. I've used it before. I'm missing depth cells. Look, the Infernum Abyss has such little life in it. Like, there is so little life. It's so hard to farm in that abyss that I feel like I should just do this and get on with it. It's not even enough, is it? No. No, I'm not mentally drained. I'm just relaxed. That's what it is. I'm very laid back and relaxed right now. It's probably what I'm using against dog as well, if I had to guess. Guess we gotta get back to Old Duke then. Everybody's favourite. With any luck, this makes things faster. It will also make me die faster, is the only thing. But, like, damage is more important. I didn't know you'd summoned the shark ones already. Might not be a good idea to be using the Ampoule if I have Omega Blue. Life regen doesn't exist. That was an awful time to run out of light. Oh my god. I was ramming, though. Hello. Hello, Adam is like. I was ramming. Anyways, I'm bringing back Diafic, I think, over Ambrosial Ampoule, because... Never mind. Can't do that. Or the alcohol will kill me. Why did he just fly into me like that there? That wasn't even a ram. He just decided to fly into me. Oh my god. The projectiles in this fight are a huge, huge, huge problem. And I can't stress that enough. Oh my god. I don't get why his projectiles deal as much damage as him. It's like, what am I supposed to prioritize dodging? Something's gonna hit me in some of these scenarios. But everything deals the exact same amount of damage. Is the absorber even doing anything? I don't know. I kinda can't change my accessories. If I change the one thing that I consider switching out, I fucking die. As good as immunity frames would be, I need the life regen, because I will explode otherwise. It ate my dash input there. Weird. Why did you... Oh god. It has been said to death. But it's because it's true. Right? The final phase of this fight takes the actual piss. Even more so than Yaron's final phase, which is almost the exact same thing, except you can actually outdash Yaron. This fight's ridiculous. The dashes are worse than Yaron's, and Yaron is a whole 2 stages above this boss. This guy's ram dashes are worse to avoid than the 2 bosses after him. Crazy ass work. I love it when he decides to dash twice for no fucking reason. Attempt 65. Up until recently, I thought people who didn't like Infernum and like publicly spoke out a lot of the time about not liking it was just following a trend of not liking something because it's popular. But genuinely now, now that I've mellowed out, I completely understand. It's not that the mod is bad, but it pulls such bullshit sometimes. Just, at this point in progression in particular, it pulls such bullshit that is so unfun to do. That it does kind of drag the mod as a whole down. Because this is an entire tier of progression, and a long one at that. 5 bosses worth of content that's just shit. And I hate being negative. But there is nothing good to say about any of the 5 bosses that come after Providence. Between Providence and Dog, not a single good boss exists, and it's really sad. At least the worst of it with Poltergeist is over. But this guy still fucking sucks. He's not Poltergeist, but he's still awful. Oh my god, I got hit once in that phase. 12% by the way, so I wasn't even close. Because you literally can't fucking hit him. I get that the idea is like, oh, it's like the last slither of his HP. But you literally can't fucking hit him. So it still goes on way longer than it should. Unless you have a homing weapon, you are not getting through that phase the intended length. You really do just kind of have to memorize when Old Duke's gonna dash twice in a row, otherwise you are not reacting to it. I pressed the button. Did I really fat finger that? Ugh. That's really what that boss feels like. It really is. Just ugh. Awful, awful, awful demon boss from hell. I was right though. Even with Ornate Shield and Diamond Grease, you still cannot outspeed this boss. What was that? Well, I know what it is, because he's done it multiple times now. He just decided to instantly fucking turn around. Fuck off. Seriously, fuck off. Is there any need? I dashed. I hit the button at least, but I clearly didn't dash. That input not registering just killed the run. And it did it again. Attempt 69, this better be the one. That is so much damage from the tiniest projectile. I literally didn't see that projectile that hit me now.
Guess who's back? Back again. So how is the calm, relaxing Infernum stream going? Is it still calm and relaxing?
Oh, you fucking know it, buddy. When was... how... 2 fucking %? That takes so fucking long to do.
This doesn't sound calm.
Yeah, because you are stuck in that final phase for a minute fucking straight. Because you cannot hit him. Even Yaron's final phase where he does that isn't as much of a HP for... Yaron starts his final phase at 10% HP and then ends it at 2% so that he can do a death rattle. Old Duke starts his final phase at 20% and it's even fucking worse somehow. He is not balanced in the slightest.
I would like to apologise for my previous statements about Old Duke. I realise that might be the temporary opinion that ends this friendship.
Whittling down 20% of his health bar while he is dashing like a fucking madman and next to impossible to hit is a Herculean task. And this boss is supposed to be training fucking wheels. Mind you, that was a rage as well.
Well, hopefully you can have a less stressful time soon.
Now if I get hit once in this phase, I just fucking explode. Like that.
I do believe you can use potions now, health. Yes, good.
You're giving me advice, like, 20 seconds after it's happened. That's not gonna work.
Oh yeah, because of the delay on the stream. You were probably already dead, or at least very near to it.
I
when
was.
I said that. God damn.
Because that's what this fucking fight is. You die.
It's a shame.
Are you fucking kidding
Is
me?
base
I ran.
Cal Old Duke better, like?
Yes.
Presumably we will be.
He's not even that good of a boss, but he's
That's
better.
probably why my opinion on Old Duke's different as well, because you're fighting Infernum and I've only fought base Cal, haven't I?
Yeah, no, Infernum bosses are a completely different beast, and in Old Duke and Poltergeist's case, it makes them like 50 fucking times worse, and they're both fought one after the other.
So that's why I thought Old Duke wasn't as bad as you were making him out to be. That explains
No,
it.
in base Cal, the boss himself is pretty overhated. In Infernum, he deserves every single bit of shit he gets.
So am I. So was two base Cal Old Duke's biggest defenders then?
No, there's bigger defenders for base Cal Old Duke than me.
Are there people who have the same opinions as you but believe the design's good? Oh, the design's perfect in every way. It could never be
Yeah.
changed at all, ever.
There's people who think Old Duke is genuinely one of the best fights in all of Calamity.
Okay, I like his design. I don't dislike the way the fight plays, but I'd never go as far as to say he's one of the best.
Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close to beating him. The boss bar says 5%, but trust me, that's not close. That isn't close. Because you can't fucking hit him. When they designed that final phase, they refused to take into account that if your weapon doesn't home, it's impossible to hit him. At least to get the DPS necessary to end the fight in the time that they intend you to. The prediction on his dashes is so crazy that he just went in a completely fucking different direction to where I actually was trying to predict me. That's how you know you've gone too far. Fucking die! Jesus, it took adrenaline and rage to actually get him. Ah, I don't have to do that ever again because I've resigned myself from playing Infernum after this playthrough. Straight up, by the way, that's not a joke, I have. Like, just Infernum in general. Even though I like some of the fights, and like, since Sunken Sea Overhaul's not going to release until after September, I'm probably still going to use it to fight Dog. But a full playthrough of Infernum is not worth it, I don't think, because exclusively of this point in progression, and like nothing else. I can finally shut up about bitching and whining now that it's over, though. My god, though, does that fight? And the one that comes before it.
The only reason this is an Infernum playthrough because you wanted to suffer anyway.
Yeah, and because I, like, highly had forgotten about just how bad this specific segment is. Now, there is apparently a weapon that's really good against Infernum Dog. More so than the Holy Collider, apparently. That I've never used once in my life. Because of two reasons. One, the cyborg of all NPCs one of the kind of most useless NPCs in the entire game is the one that sells it. And because number 2, it's a donor weapon. And I just kind of don't care about those.
Yeah, you don't like using donor weapons, do you?
For the most part, no. Statistically, if it's a donor weapon, there's a high chance I don't fuck with it.
What are some donor weapons you do fuck with?
Kelvin Catalyst is pretty fun. I'm pretty sure Starmageddon is a donor item. And I don't hate that one. That one's cool too. So it's not impossible for a donor item to be good. It's just that a lot of them aren't. Because it is literally someone going, hey, put my thing in the game. I want it to do X, 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 and X. And by the way, you're not allowed to change it if it isn't balanced. The Lionheart. Summons an energy explosion on enemy hits. Press right click to summon an energy shell that halves all damage sources. Has a 45-second cooldown. Apparently this is super, super good. That range is quite, pathetic.
Are there any donor weapons you actively, like, enjoy using?
Beyond the 2 that I
Like, you
mentioned,
choose-
no.
Just those 2?
Off the top of my head, at least. Now, here's the thing, kids. Holy Collider, big ass sword here. Lionheart, typical broadsword length. So, I'm not doubting what people say about it, but because, like, you have to get close to dog that close pretty much anyways. But, like, that's a pretty pathetic sword. For a post-Moonlord weapon to just swing like a regular-ass broadsword, that screams donor item to me. So what's his right-click look like? Okay. So it just gives me a barrier. So then, is its damage stat literally the only thing that makes it good? Let's see. I forgot a flying mount. Damn it. It's definitely not bad damage. It's definitely very good damage. Insane fucking damage for just literally just a broadsword. I don't even have Warbanner of the Sun. Because I forgot about that too.
God damn, it's like the other team is thrown for content. I love when my opponents suck.
Good lord, this damage is quite unholy. I started fucking it up a lot towards the end there. To be expected, honestly, when I'm so rusty to having fought dog. Well, not so rusty. I was hoping to first try him, but I didn't fully prepare myself. I forgot a bunch of key things that I need in order to pull that off. Like Warbanner of the Sun and a flying mount. Although, I kind of skipped the whole segment that requires a flying mount right there. So, maybe never mind. But Warbanner of the Sun is definitely something I need. Soaring potions will absolutely help. Because they'll make sure I don't run out of flight time at all. As long as I'm hitting him. Which I will be. So yeah, I guess the Lionheart, it's literally just a broadsword. It's boring as fuck. But it just happens to have an insane damage stat slapped on it. That, like, shreds Infernum dog in under a minute. This is definitely a donor weapon. It has donor weapon written all over it. Oh, right, Profane Guardians don't even have a treasure bag, so I have to, like, legitimately fight them.
Seemingly named for the historical English king Richard the Lionheart, I'd assume.
Yeah, I'd assume so. Do I go for War Banner, really? I mean, it's not a necessity. Clearly it's not a necessity. It will end the fight a lot faster, but it isn't a necessity, clearly. And, like, fighting Guardians and going for it takes a lot of time, since the Profane Temple is all the way on the edge of hell. I got hit by his body there. What kind of throw is that? Whoa, you're coming out fast. What's with that, dog? You didn't even let the music transition play fully. I'm quite amazed that I managed to do that, because I don't usually fight him like that angle. Dashed the complete wrong way. That probably costs me not having to do the lasers, yeah. Missing the adrenaline. Yeah. Can't miss adrenaline, otherwise it doesn't go well. Seems like he hit me there. Sucks. I'd very much like to have a dodge. Why did it take him so long to do that? That was weird. Fight's messing up a bit. Okay, I do have to do lasers. So I should probably get a flying mount on me. Yeah, because I just got fucking lobotomized, so says the chat. Okay. Truffle's all I got, but truffle can work.
Lobotomy.
Ow. How did I get hit like that in phase 1? How did I just get shot by a laser in phase 1? Am I even paying attention? No? Okay. Ah, whoops. Oops. Oh no, not this. Shoot. Shoot. I'm gonna die at this phase. This is the hardest part of the whole fight. And I have one hit. No, I got him. I got him. I no-hit the hardest part. And he's done. How many attempts? 5! Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, 5! Like, you cannot make this shit up about the old freaking Duke. 5 attempts on Dog. Like, 75 attempts on old Duke. What the fuck? This mod's balance is all over the place. It's genuinely unreal.
Most mods have that problem in Terraria, to be fair.
Kind of. Not to the insane fucking degree that is this, though. 1,000 Cosmolite bars, all for me. Oh, see, I'm having so much fun now that I'm not fighting the 2 worst fucking bosses ever designed. That was so much fun. I don't even want to stop fighting him. I want to do it again. That fight is so good.
Ranting about how you've just got done with the 2 worst fucking bosses ever designed is not exactly calm behavior.
I know I'm not calm because I'm excited. Oh man, play that beautiful music. This is... See, bosses like that is why I like Infernum. I wish more bosses were like that. It's sort of at a point right now, and this is bad, right? This is really bad and slightly elitist, to where I genuinely sort of struggle to see how people struggle against Infernum Dog. Because he is really, really easy to me. I need a Scented Spirit Essence for Ansel, don't I?
Calamity Dog, you should be able to beat Infernum Dog, because he is just easier.
That does depend on the player, but I genuinely think that Infernum Dog is a pretty easy fight to get down. The timing is not that crazy. I wasn't even as geared up as I could have been to fight him there. I could have gone all out. I could have got the Warbanner of the Sun and more shit like that. I just didn't need it. And even if you're fighting him for longer, it's not like the fight really changes that much. Which some do use as a point against him, and I understand that. I understand not liking how he's basically the same thing for the whole fight, but I think that he somehow manages to actually pull it off.
Here's the thing, same thing for the whole fight. I don't think it's a good criticism of a boss, because congratulations, damn near every boss, like the vast majority of bosses in video game history are dog shit now. You get what I mean? Because, like, yeah.
Are they?
When you think about it, multi-phase bosses are a pretty recent invention as far as video game design goes.
I mean, the thing is, this is, like, a different type of video game to, like, you know, Super Mario. Yeah. You can't really fault Super Mario for having simplistic bosses, because that isn't the point. Can I make the Cosmic Shiv? I can. This is a donor item, apparently. Let's see if it's any good. Well, it's got a shitty reforge on it, which is kind of a shame. Also, get the Lionheart out of my inventory. I'm not going to be using it for anything other than dog. The Enforcer's fucking dying next update, so I'm going to craft it just for the funny. It's not a very good item, which is why it's getting removed. So, but the fact it's getting removed makes me want to use it just one last time. Upon hitting an enemy, a barrage of blades will persistently strike. Landing more stars causes blades to strike. I'll have to test this weapon out a little bit to see if it's any good or if it is donor item. Lionheart is definitely donor item. It's on the, like, the very, very extreme end of the spectrum that is overpowered. As opposed to the end of the spectrum that is completely underpowered. God, please help me.
Is it like true melee only, that one?
It is, which is why it's only good against dog. Because Infernum dog is that close range, he's always in your face, that true melee is the best way to go about him. And the most fun in my opinion. It's the only time I ever really play true melee.
It's probably useless for most other fights then, though, innit?
Yeah, it is, but for Infernum dog specifically, which isn't even in base cal, so it's a completely different mod's boss, practically. But for that, it is literally the best option out of anything ever.
So it's actually a decently designed donor item, which is just made overpowered by another mod's boss?
No, I'll tell you this, it's not a decently designed donor weapon, because it is a post-Moonlord weapon that is literally just a copy of an average Terraria broadsword that does literally nothing else. It just happens to have an absurd damage stat on it.
Is the observed damage stat enough to make it OP, though?
Yes, against specifically Infernum dog.
So in the context of the mod the weapon is actually fucking from,
It's useless. Yeah. Actually, this Cosmic Shiv is really, really good as well. It's shredding Mothron in seconds. Also, it's got a lot of funny effects. This might be an actual decent donor item.
in the context
I don't know if it can
of
fight
base,
Yaron, I'll have to see
it's
that.
just a good true melee. It's just a good, in quotes, true melee weapon.
Yeah. It can probably do good stuff against base cal dog. The problem with base dog is that he is so passive. Like, he's the complete opposite of Infernum dog, who is super aggressive all the time.
What options do you have for post-Moonlord true melee, actually?
You've got a decent amount. The Holy Collider is a really good weapon. It's what I used to use against Infernum dog before I was made aware that Lionheart exists.
So, Lionheart's really just the best post-Moonlord true melee.
Kind of. I mean, the Holy Collider is larger, so it's easier to hit a boss who spends the majority of its time not even thinking about your existence, like the Devourer of Gods. As funny as the bit would be for me to put the Enforcer in my inventory and be like, I want to use it one final time before it gets removed, and then proceed to not use it at all over the Cosmic Shiv, I am swinging it around a little bit. I'm giving it a couple of, you know, complimentary swings. I'm so happy. I get to have fun now. I get to fight Yaron as the next boss. I think, though, I am never fighting that part of progression in Infernum ever again. Because all three Sentinels, followed by Poltergast, followed immediately by the old Duke, is the shittiest thing in the entire mod. Even in base cal it is. It's just not as egregious because Poltergeist and Old Duke don't have steroids flying up their rectum. I've got a lot of stuff in my inventory right now. I'm dying a lot because my life regen practically doesn't exist, since I'm using Omega Blue and alcohols together. It is fun actually using alcohols in this mod. They are pretty good. It's just, you know, I didn't use them ever before now because of the obvious reason, being that the Drunk Princess sold them. And I found that not worth it.
How do you get them now?
Now, you just craft them. And as for the candles that the Drunk Princess also sold that buff you, the wizard sells the candles. So I'm also allowed to use those now. Without, like, you know, feeling like shit because the Drunk Princess is in my world.
Self-imposed challenge run of just do not use the Drunk Princess because you hate it?
It's not really a challenge to not use her, because the buffs are not necessary. They're just very cool. But, I mean, I get it's a limitation more so than it is a challenge.
Fair.
Because, like, the average casual player playing Calamity for the first time isn't really gonna know about and use the alcohols. Because the alcohols' main thing, the majority of them lower your survivability in exchange for damage. So it's not really meant for first-timers.
Oh, just like in real life. I don't think that's how they work in real life, is it?
I don't know. I've never drank alcohol, so I couldn't tell you.
I don't think they give you any stat changes.
I mean, it lowers your intelligence and critical thinking skills.
Okay,
That can count as a stat change.
So it lowers intelligence, wisdom, dexterity, probably.
Yeah. It probably would,
It's a
like,
slight
raise attack and
painkiller.
lower defense, because, like, you kind of will be more aggressive when you're under the influence of alcohol.
And it's a slight painkiller, so it would increase, like, it would probably increase your defensive stats a decent bit. Not by, like, a lot.
No, because I doubt a drunk person is, like, gonna be very capable of holding up in a fight very well.
Well, yeah, but that comes down to, like, lack of that's not necessarily due to them being less durable. It's due to them being off balance.
I mean, punch a drunk person in the stomach, what's gonna happen?
Vomit.
Yeah.
On you specifically, though, which
Yeah.
might be a problem. I mean, I know I wouldn't want it drunk. It's bad enough cleaning up the vomit from bathroom stalls. I wouldn't want it on me.
Yeah. That should be enough dark sun fragments. 500 or so, yeah. Oh, also, these two weapons look almost the exact same, the Cosmic Shiv and the Enforcer. One of them is shorter, and they have different handles, but when you glance, they look the exact fucking same as each other, which is really funny. Monopellet is a big issue with old Calamity things. And it is especially true with the Acid Rain, and the Profaned Creatures, and the Astral Infection. Yeah, less so the Profaned Creatures, even though they are literally monopellet. But definitely the Astral Infection and Acid Rain. Like, most of those enemies are just incomprehensible blobs of the exact same colour as each other. Alright, the moon events get to keep their music. Wrath of the Gods doesn't revoke their privileges. Good for them, good for them. Because Pumpkin Moon and Frost Moon themes are both kind of bangers, but so's the Solar Eclipse is the thing. I would love to hear the Solar Eclipse music instead of, you know, ambience, wind noises to help you sleep ASMR. Which would be very nice if I was trying to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even then,
Well, you can't sleep like that.
I don't fall asleep to that kind of stuff. I fall asleep to like streamers and long plays and video essays because I'm a fucking rotten modern generation
That's what
just
someone
loser.
in the video essay says, Gundam, which is
Yeah.
apparently enough to stop you from falling asleep, despite the fact I know you don't give a shit about Gundam.
I know, it's because it's so jarring. It's not because he's saying it wrong. It's the way that he's saying it. He's going like Gundam, and it like completely takes me out of trying to sleep because it is very, very jarring to hear someone say Gundam constantly.
I mean, I'd find it difficult to sleep to that for unrelated reasons, obviously.
Yeah.
Namely, that I'd want to strangle the bastard to death not knowing how to... It's not even hard to pronounce.
I don't know why he was saying it like that. It's like, hey, did you know gaming? Did you know that it's not pronounced that way? I haven't watched Did You Know Gaming in a good while after that. Yeah, I did mention that on stream. It was a Did You Know Gaming sleep compilation. Because he was talking about the Super Family Turbo. Or whatever the fuck it's called. Accessory. The Sufami Turbo or something like that.
Yeah, the Sufami Turbo.
Such a fucking stupid name, I love it.
Oh yeah, I adore it. I want to get one now. How much is a Sufami Turbo?
Oh, probably might be a little expensive because they never released outside of Japan. Because they were a commercial failure.
$22.50 on eBay with £20 delivery.
Huh. The delivery is almost as expensive as the item itself.
You see, that's not expensive for like a rare
Yeah, no.
peripheral with released in Japan.
That's very
but
cheap.
I don't have a fucking Famicom.
Wouldn't it be
So
hilarious?
how on earth would I buy one?
Wouldn't it be hilarious if it worked with the SNES Mini?
Oh god, it would.
But like it won't. It won't,
Do
but that would be
any-
funny as fuck.
Do any SNES accessories work with the SNES Mini?
I don't know because I've never used it. Candy corn!
Well, what does work with an SNES Mini would be the question.
I've never eaten candy corn once in my life, and yet that is the happiest I have been all stream. Just seeing it drop on the floor.
Well, I have some news for you.
I have some news for yous.
That will make you happy. I hope you've got some comfy socks.
Yeah.
And you're looking forward to Mario Kart World tomorrow.
Yes. We could probably play
You should-
Star Allies too. I think Sean had a lot of fun with Star Allies, and I kind of want to finish Star Allies with you guys because the plot of that game in specific is genuinely, even for Kirby standards, really insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. If you want to finish it with us, we can all finish it.
Yeah. I know World
That's
1
okay,
is
yeah.
literally just the bog standard fight Dedede he's possessed. But, like, it goes fucking wild from that point afterwards. There's a reason why there's a fake credit scene. And it's because the game knows what it's about to pull.
I mean, the very existence of a fake credit scene is wild enough for me in a goddamn
Yeah.
Kirby game.
I love that it exists because I got to say, oh no, we just fight Dedede and then the credits roll and not even be telling a lie.
I remember when fucking Batman Arkham Asylum pulled that shit.
The Arkham games genuinely did some really, really cool stuff.
Well, the Arkham, I want to stream through all the Arkham games at some point because they're so fucking cool.
Yeah. Which one is it where Joker, like, which one's the one that came after Joker? No, Arkham City. The one that came after Arkham City.
Arkham Origins?
Yeah, the one that has, like, Joker dead and stuff.
No, that's Arkham Knight. where Joker's
Arkham
dead.
Knight, duh, yeah. Yeah,
Arkham
one of my
Origins
favorite
came out
things.
between City and Night and was a prequel.
One of my favorite things is like in the new game plus like version of that game during the opening cutscene where Joker's like dead and shit and being cremated, he like comes to fucking life and starts laughing.
Yeah.
Because like you've already seen that cutscene the first time you played the game, but you go back to New Game Plus expecting it to be the same cutscene, and it's like fuck you, the Joker's alive and screaming in your face as he burns to death. It's so cool.
The Joker in general in that franchise is so much cool shit.
Yeah, him turning into a giant weird Hulk thing was weird, but you know.
I take it you're a bit of a Batman fan.
I have had like a few Batman phases in the past. I think Batman is generally really cool. Like, I'm very into the Arkham games, even though I've never once played them. I've only ever watched people do it.
You should play. You can play them when you're over at mine.
Yeah.
I've got all of them except Night on PC.
Yeah. One of the things I know about Hulk Joker as well is like he made a lot of lists for top 10 worst boss fights in any video game. And I'm like, oh dear.
I don't think he deserves that level of haste.
I don't know, because I've never fought him.
I didn't dislike any of the Arkham boss fights.
I just thought he looks really, really weird.
Oh, he does.
Which, yes, he does. And I've never been the biggest fan of him. So I just kind of assumed because of that his boss fight also sucks.
So the story with that is just he took all the funny drugs that Bane uses.
Yeah, I know what the
basically.
story is. He injects himself with Titan, and that's why he ends up, like, fucking dying and shit in Arkham City.
Yeah.
Dying and diseased.
Honestly, the Arkham games are so fucking good. Oh.
Yeah, they do a lot of shit with, like, the connection between Batman and the Joker.
They are the best superhero games, in my opinion. They would have been second place to the Wonder Woman game if that wasn't fucking cancelled.
I've never been interested in Wonder Woman, really.
Do you know...
Oh.
Are you familiar with the Shadow of Mordor games?
I've not
Middle-earth
seen
Shadow
any
of
of...
Mordor and Middle-earth Shadow of War.
I've only ever heard of them and never actually seen them.
They're really fucking good games, right? And they have this system in them.
Hello, Avatar of Emptiness. You are obscuring my screen with a bunch of fog. That's really neat. Hi. Hello.
Where
What's good?
if you fight
Oh, he's breathing.
orc and they beat you
Why? It's a
they
big
can
sub-potion. Why
rank
is all
up.
this on the floor?
and become a higher rank in Mordor's army.
Oh.
And if you beat a higher ranking, if you kill a higher ranking orc, he's dead. And he has to get replaced by someone lower down. It's called the Nemesis system. It's brilliant. It would be, there's so many games it would be great for.
Wait, what?
Unfortunately...
What the fuck? I've never seen this. Whoa, 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 whoa. What?
Right, let's see.
What the fuck was that? That's new. Okay, that is actually cool.
What happened?
That's sick as fuck. It did the usual thing where Noxus, no, Avatar of Emptiness, sorry, Noxus used to do the breathing thing. No, Avatar of Emptiness, completely obscures your vision with fog and starts breathing at you. But, they changed it so it doesn't just go away after a set amount of time. Now it summons a clone of you, and if you walk up to it, it makes a freaking screen cutout noise, and then it returns to normal. There's just a fucking second you in the mist, and it, is actually your player character.
That's cool.
With all your cosmetics on and everything, that's sick as fuck. And also, why the fuck can Avatar do that?
I love games that pull that sort of shit.
Yeah. God, Avatar of Emptiness is so cool.
There's a terrarium. Which terrarium mod is it that adds you as a boss fight?
That's literally just called You, and it's also made by Lucille. So it's not surprising that, she was able to pull that off, because she's literally done it before.
Huh.
But instead of a
Oh,
boss
no.
fight, it's just a little guy staring at you. Inexplicably. That's cool though, because before you even see it, you see like a multiplayer thing that tells you how far the other person on your team is away from you, and you see that it is you. Like, before you even see it. So like, it is like another person's just entered your world, and it's a fake evil you. That is so cool. I'm gonna be thinking about that for like the rest of the night now. I like that a lot. That made
Yeah,
just
that's
another...
as well.
That made just another event that means absolutely nothing, like, into something that's genuinely interesting.
Yeah. So, like I was kind of saying before the other you rudely interrupted us, Nemesis system that they made for Middle-earth, Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor, right?
Yeah.
Really fucking awesome system.
It does sound cool.
No one else can legally use it
Oh.
because they've got a patent for it and they refuse to let anyone else use it.
Wait, it's already 2 AM? Whoops, I think I started this too late into the night. Either that, or Avatar changed the time.
So the only people who are allowed to use it are Warner Brothers. And they were gonna use
Ouch.
it for a Wonder Woman game.
Huh.
And that would have been awesome, and maybe it would have made people actually give more of a shit about Wonder Woman. Because I know she is kind of the least popular out of DC's big three. And we are
Yeah.
not shocked, the other two are
Batman and
fucking
Superman, yeah.
Batman.
Like,
So-
the competition is fierce.
Being third place as far as DC heroes goes is impressive.
It's not
enough
bad,
because
yeah.
Even the lower down, I mean, you've got fuckers like Green Lantern, Shazam, Arrow, Flash.
Yeah. Flash is cool, at least. At least I like his suit. Most of the
Yeah.
DC guys I know is from me playing Lego Batman 3.
Fair.
Yeah. Because that had basically a crossover between everything DC. It was basically Lego DC superheroes more than it was Lego Batman.
Yeah. They did Lego DC super villains, didn't they, as well?
Yeah, but I've never looked into that one.
It is my goal to one day 100% every Lego game.
I've only ever
So-
100% Skywalker Saga, and I was immensely disappointed when I did. I know that, like, almost every other game has a better 100% award.
Yeah. What's the Skywalker Saga 100% award again?
A room that
'Cause I
just...
don't-
A room that just, like, drops infinite studs, and a bunch of Star Wars
Yeah.
characters dance and wave at you, and I'm like, come the fuck on. It's not even, like, an exclusive character or anything. Like, Stan
coolest-
fucking Lee.
The coolest 100% awards is... Well, actually, I think the coolest awards for completion in Lego Star Wars games aren't even awards for 100% completion. Like, you're familiar with mini-kits, right?
Yeah. Of course
the
I am.
first Lego Star Wars game had a super kit,
Oh.
if you're aware of that. And it's for every level that you get True Jedi on, you get part of the kit.
Oh.
And when
Hell
you
spell
finish it... Because obviously the first Lego Star Wars, you're aware, was just a prequel trilogy, right?
Yes, it was, yeah.
When you complete it, it builds the Tantive 4.
Ooh.
And you get to play through that level. You
Oh
get to play
my
through the
god.
opening sequence of A New Hope.
That's actually cool.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
Christmas tree sword, my beloved. Oh, look, the Order
I
Bringer.
started playing through, like, I've got both PS2 Lego Star Wars games. I've started playing through Lego Star Wars 1 recently. So if you want to play that at some point, we can.
Yeah. I like what Lego Star Wars 3 did with its mini-kits, where, like, it actually turns them into playable characters instead of builds.
Yeah,
From, like,
'cause you get
different Star
characters
Wars
from, like,
media.
the original trilogy, don't you?
Yeah, you
From
get, like,
Part 1.
Darth Maul is in there.
Oh yeah, Darth Maul is in there, so you get them from both trilogies.
Yeah.
I remember Princess Leia and Han Solo both being one.
Lego Star Wars
As
3
well.
is genuinely just a lot of my childhood in Lego games. That one and Lego Marvel. Probably the ones I played the most. Well, Lord of
Yeah.
the Rings as well. Lord of the Rings and Hobbit. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot.
I'm gonna get. I want them all on PC at some point. Because if I get them all on PC, we can play them together remotely
Oh no, my
rather than having to
storage.
get together. I mean, I think for games, especially like for Lego games, it's a better experience playing them in person with each other.
Yeah. Do I have no
I feel-
topaz? That's pathetic.
But obviously, it's not always the most practical to be playing together with each other.
Yeah. I think it's fitting that the point that we stopped playing Lego Lord of the Rings, I'm pretty sure it was the same point that everybody complains about in that game, where it's the swamp level where Gollum's going like, quickly now, hobbits!
We didn't even like actively choose to stop playing. We've just
Yeah.
not started playing again. We should at some point.
That's the part that makes it so funny that it was that level specifically that we stopped at.
Yeah, because it's one level everyone hates, and we didn't really hate it that much.
Not enough to like be like, okay, let's not play this game anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. Okay, Gundam Vidar completed. Lovely.
Oh, I've already got Hellstone storage upgrades here. Whoops. Well, I'll need Crimtane ones then. We just pretending it's Christmas now because I beat the Frost Moon and that's why it's so cold around here? Alright. Right, Elysian Aegis. Silver Wings. Asgardian Aegis even. That's what I need. Asgardian Aegis. Why so low on Ascendant Spirit Essence? It's the usual. The Plasm. What else does make? It makes the Elemental Gauntlet. I'm one off of that though. Oh, my beloved Amalgam. My also beloved the Sponge. Can't fight Yaron without those. Need Silver Wings as well. Should probably make those now. Why can't I make Silver Wings? No Souls of Flight. Time to kill a wyvern.
What would be your sort of dream Terraria mod?
Calamity mod, but actually good.
So Calamity Fables when that's done.
I guess so. Don't say that, by the way. It upsets people.
I don't care, it's not my channel they're gonna leave nasty comments on. I cannot say that. I would be distraught if you got nasty comments on your YouTube because of me.
Yeah. Oh well.
I don't think that's happened yet, thankfully.
Oh, not because of you.
Because of Roblox, typically you get them.
Yeah, yeah. I like actually, yeah.
Yeah. It's not. I don't. Have you got any to do with you being trans, or are they
Yes.
all Roblox? Well,
But
you
it-
will have, but were those Roblox based?
It
Were
was
those because of people mad over Roblox?
it was kind of unprompted, the one I'm thinking about, but it was on one of the Roblox videos. So I think it might still count because that's clearly a Roblox player.
So there was someone was calling you a slur because you stopped doing Roblox tutorials or something.
No, I
basically.
think it was even when I was still doing them, but it wasn't a slur. It was it was the one where it's like you're so obsessed with girls that you pretend to be one, and I'm like, dude, fuck off. You play Roblox.
Oh, you've told me about that one.
Yeah.
Damn, I should have remembered that one because that one's bad.
It was pretty
That one's
fucked up.
fucking awful.
But I'm like, buddy.
I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, honestly, it does, like, hardly matter to me what people
Yeah.
on the internet think about me. Like, anonymous people on the internet. If they
Who
don't
cares?
like me because I'm trans, I don't fucking care.
Who cares what Roblox players of all people have to say about you as well?
Yeah, and like, you're trans, you're trans, and I'm like, yeah, you play Forsaken. I could say like awful shit about you too, buddy.
Does that imply that the level of hatred you harbour for Forsaken players is similar to the level of hatred transphobes harbour for trans people?
I would say no, because, like, I've seen some transphobes online and they are nasty motherfuckers. And I'm not a nasty pasty to Forsaken fans, I just block them. I just block them on sight. I don't go out of my way to, like, harass them because of what they like. I just block them because I don't want to see any Forsaken on my timeline.
Forsaken fan that gets them blocked, or is it
Yes.
being an insufferable one?
At this point, it is just being a Forsaken fan in general, because Forsaken
Yeah.
as a game is fucking ruined for me.
Who am I kidding? What's the difference?
Yeah, there are definitely chill Forsaken players.
You just don't care.
I can differentiate the two. I can definitely differentiate the two, but, like, whenever you see Forsaken on Twitter, 9 times out of 10, it's one of those fans. The ones that, like, are super horny over a fucking Roblox character, and I'm like, come on. Come on.
People will be horny over anything. I've seen people who are horny
I
over
know.
fucking stick figures,
I know.
Charlie.
I know, but that doesn't make it any better.
I mean, I definitely know people who are horny over Minecraft.
Yes. Which
I
is
think those are the
also
same
not much
people who are
better.
horny over Roblox, actually.
Definitely. Because they will sexualize absolutely anything, because they're just at that point in their life. And I'm like, I hope you get over this, buddy. Puberty's rough, I know.
We've all kind of been there. The difference is we matured, they haven't yet.
Yeah, they haven't yet. I hope they will. Because, like, being sexual about anything remotely feminine is not a good look.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
the
I get
that's
it.
the worst of it, when it's literally because it's even slightly feminine, and that's the reason.
Yeah.
Because at that point, it is actual misogyny, sort of. Well, it's rooted in
get-
misogyny.
I get being sexual about, like, if it's a female character, someone's gonna find them hot,
Yeah.
and someone's gonna be horny about them.
It's not like
I
you're
don't
not
think
allowed
it's
to make porn of them, but,
bad.
like, if it is literally, like... I don't know, man.
It's not even about finding Roblox characters hot, it's about how low do your standards have to be to find, like, every fucking... And you don't even really find Roblox characters hot, because if you did, you wouldn't have to give them giant tits.
Yeah. There is
If you
so much giant tits art of Roblox characters.
If you're gonna be horny about Roblox characters, draw what the actual Roblox avatar looks like. Do it properly.
Like, for some reason people have been giving, and for some reason it's because of Forsaken, people have been giving 1x1x1x1, you know, notorious Roblox mythological hacker, like, huge breaks on Twitter. I'm like, fucking, like, is this really the legacy of this old classic Roblox hoax? Like, is
Isn't
this
the
really what this
legend
is
of
chalked up to
1x
now?
Was 1x1x1x1 ever, like, gendered as a character?
I think it was mainly him just going off of the Roblox avatar of the actual guy, but then he got like an actual design from I don't remember where. Most of the time, 1x1x1 is a guy. They just give him boobs and like Forsaken fan art because that's what the artist likes.
I mean, I get it. I get that. I kind of respect that to an extent.
Yes, but then also to another extent, it's fucking Roblox.
Yeah.
This is a children's character.
I don't mind you giving male characters tits. It's Roblox. It's some. And do they properly tag their art as NSFW?
No.
I mean, I'd argue that's the biggest problem.
That's
You've
the
got to
thing,
type
they
that shit
do-
properly.
They don't think it's NSFW if it's not, like, inherently sexual, if it's just, like, you know, nudity. But also, like, take into account, like, who is following you. It's mostly children
Yeah.
because of the fucking Roblox game.
Tag it as NSFW because you're gonna have a load of children in it. Like, if the tag, what if like it was under hashtag Forsaken Porn or something? Yeah, it's fine to miss tagging a couple of, like to mismarking a couple of them, because you know it's under hashtag Forsaken Porn.
I understand,
if you see a post
like,
under hashtag Forsaken Porn, it's gonna be fucking porn.
I understand, like, artistic nudity and, like, when it's a study, but,
Yeah.
like, this is Roblox, and like, Forsaken is mainly played by a bunch of kids. My favorite part is, like, the artists are also the same type of people who, like, go, like, this is a, like, 16 plus, like, 17 plus, 14 plus account, and it's literally just because that's how old the artist is. And it's because, and it's like, no, your content isn't actually that age range, you are just that old, and shouldn't actually be doing this.
Yeah, that's always a big problem.
Yeah. A big problem, like, Roblox has that problem with a lot of things, even beyond Forsaken. Forsaken's just the worst of it.
A lot of communities in like even outside of Roblox, I think some communities have that problem.
Yeah, no, it's not exclusive to Roblox, but it is a big issue in the Roblox community. It's one of the biggest issues.
The amount of times I've came across NSFW art on Twitter on my like private account, and I'm like, ooh, this artist's actually decent. Let's check out their page. 14 plus.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of. I don't want to catch a case. Thank you very much. Fuck off.
I've never had, like, that in specific happen to me. But, like, not where, like, I'm genuinely interested in the art. Okay.
I've only had it happen once or twice.
Yeah.
But that was more than enough for me to decide I am done with that.
Yeah, it's like, what are you fucking doing? Why are you doing this? At such an age. Like, that's the big problem with Roblox, and it's because of, like, the bigger problems at large with Roblox that, like, the Roblox community makes minors think that it's okay for them to do that.
Yeah, when it really isn't.
When it really, really isn't.
Like, I get it. I was a minor once, like, I was a teenager too once. And, yeah, I was a pretty fucking horny teen.
How would I react if the bosses in this game held me at gunpoint?
Come on.
There is not a single boss in this game that needs to use a gun. If they're using a gun, they're actively, like, nerfing themselves.
Yeah, most of... I don't know, Supreme Witch Calamitous with a gun would be a buff.
No, she uses a crossbow. In Infernum, at least, she uses a crossbow.
Does she require both hands for magic? Well, no, she's using a crossbow, so she can't require both hands for her magic, because she needs both hands for her crossbow.
Well, here's the thing. She only uses the crossbow in, like, one of her attacks, and then she swaps back to using the magic. And whenever she is using magic, she has both of her arms held out. So I assume she uses both of them for magic, and then she just pulls the crossbow out of, like, video game logic pocket, and then fires it, and then swaps back to just using magic.
A gun would probably still be a buff for her then, because because you don't need two hands for a lot of guns. There's a lot of pistols you can use one-handed. Even someone, I mean, I assume she's not physically the strongest if she's using a crossbow over something like a bow. So especially for someone of her strength level, there's plenty of firearms she could use one-handed.
Well, she's beefy enough to have, like, millions of HP.
That's true, actually. So, but there's plenty of firearms she could use one-handed, which means rather than using the crossbow, she could use two of them at once.
Well, here's the thing. In Get Fixed Boy, like, when you're fighting the Exomechs, in Get Fixed Boy, as a joke, they give Draydon a gun that he shoots at you, and it makes the fight, like, 20 fucking times worse. It's actually pretty funny.
So imagine what Supreme Calamitous could do with a gun. or 2 guns rather than a crossbow.
That's cursed. I'm gonna see if the Cosmic Shiv is, like, any good against Yaron.
I mean,
Oh, that's not
Terraria
bad
enemies
damage, that's
in
not bad.
general- Terraria enemies in general using firearms is fucking cursed.
Kinda, yeah. I mean,
Terraria-
not the enemies that are designed to use firearms, like Storm Diver. That one makes sense. It's pretty much just an alien dude in a suit of armor with a big shotgun.
Terraria having as many firearms as it does is kind of weird to me, though, to be honest.
Well, it's a fantasy setting that also has guns, and I respect that.
Yeah. I respect firearms in fantasy settings. It's just a bit weird to me
Ouch.
that, like, your main weapon option, like, there's a legit point in the game where your choices for weapons are, like, magic, sword, fully automatic submachine gun.
Yeah. I love Terraria for that. So, conclusion, this weapon's actually solid. This weapon is solid against Yaron, and its name is Shiv. It is a Shiv, and, and it is actually a good weapon. And it's a donor weapon, and I don't hate it. That's insane. It's not even a case of, like, it's poorly designed but happens to have good damage anyway, like Lionheart. It's just a genuinely pretty fun weapon. This donor kind of knew what they were doing.
Is Lionheart poorly designed, or do you just say that because it's a fucking true melee weapon at Post Moonlord?
It's not just because it's a true melee weapon. You can have a good true melee weapon post Moonlord, but you have to have it not be literally just a broadsword, literally just a copy of the wooden sword from the start of the game, but with an insane damage stat on it. Because the Holy Collider exists, and I love the Holy Collider.
And how does that one work?
It's huge to start, but if you hit an enemy, it summons a bunch of, like, flames that will, like, fly around and home in on guys.
And that counts as true melee?
True melee weapons count if the projectiles come from hitting the enemy with the blade itself first. You have to hit the enemy with a sword first, and then the projectiles happen. Otherwise, no range for you.
Okay, that's weird to me, but fair enough.
Also, it's less of, like, giving you ranged options. It's more so, like, assisting your DPS at that point. Because all of the projectiles come from the sword.
It's not ranged, because you're already close enough to hit them.
Yeah, it's just making true melee more interesting than just swinging a sword at someone for the entire game, and the sword gets progressively larger and larger, but nothing else happens.
Are there true melee options at, like, every tier of play?
Yeah, it's a genuine bona fide subclass.
So it's actually, like, fully fucking playable the entire time. God damn.
Yeah, and there's plenty of people that swear by true melee, actually. There's plenty of people that love it. I've never done a full playthrough of it, but a lot of people really, really enjoy true melee. It is like an actual playstyle.
So obviously it goes without saying when Sunken Sea Overhaul comes out, we'll be playing it together, right, off stream?
Yes, as long as there's nothing like what happened when Bountiful Harvest first came out.
Yeah.
When
That would be-
when every single worm boss was broke, and Skeletron Prime was like amalgamating and fusing players together somehow.
How did people get to Skeletron Prime to figure out he was doing that?
Well, because like cheat mods exist, so if you can't beat the worm boss, you just cheat past it and move on with your day. Kinda like we did for Skeletron last time we fought Skeletron in multiplayer when he kept despawning on us constantly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I wasn't gonna just admit to using a cheat mod to get past Skeletron, but okay.
Well, we literally could not beat him because he kept despawning because he was bugged.
I know. But if I'm gonna confess to using a cheat mod to skip a boss, I want it to be someone other than Skeletron. Come on now.
I don't know, man. Skeletron does make people struggle.
Look, everyone
Ouch.
already knows I'm bad
Oh.
at Terraria, right? I don't want them to make fun of me more.
What would make me go insane right away no matter what fighting called to cast it in Infernum? Which I've already done.
And it made you go absolutely insane.
Yeah.
So,
I got to phase 2 on, like, that was my second or so attempt, so that was good. I kind of forgot, like, that he phase transitions that fast, though. Also, I'm sorry, chat. I accidentally never swapped back to using the normal health bar over Infernum. But I'm a little scared to against Yaron. Yaron is another one where you have to know what phase he's at, because he has similar dashes to Old Duke, just not to the same degree.
Would you rather have a rat in your room or a room in your rat?
What?
I mean, the question seems pretty straightforward to me.
Unwavering Guardian Yaron.
Rat in your room. You understand that part.
Yeah, but what does room in my rat mean?
Just a room in your rat. Your rat has a room in it now. You can go in. Doesn't hurt the rat at all.
Okay, cool. Pocket dimension.
Oh, no. You can't put anything in your rat like that. It's just your room. It's in your rat. Just an empty room.
Oh. Okay. Ow.
I mean, I guess you could hide in it. If you want to hide for whatever reason.
Ow. This dude is fast, boy. I'm not used to him being this fast because of my old PC, so this could take a few attempts. I was worried that Dog might suddenly become a huge problem for me because he also... I used to fight him on my old PC, which had slowdown. And I was wondering, is that the only reason I've ever been good at that fight? Apparently not. He's literally just that free. Good news for me.
Have you tried base Cal Dog since you got your new PC?
Since I got this PC, no, this is the only Terraria playthrough I've done with the new PC.
You should give base Cal Dog a try, see if you're better at it now.
Not doing that until Sunken Sea Overhaul. It's not a case of me being good at the boss. It's a case of the boss is genuinely awful.
There's not much of a point in trying them post Sunken Sea Overhaul if we're looking to compare it to pre, though.
I don't care. I don't care about comparing it. Because I know it's shit. Everybody knows it's shit. There's no point comparing it.
No, is it like comparing if you're better at it now with the new PC or not?
I don't care if I'm better at it. I'm not fighting it.
Alright, fine. I'll give up on my attempts to get you to torture yourself by playing Dog.
That's really funny that my dash key has been bound to my heal key. As long as it doesn't start fucking me over. Oh, he was doing that? I had no idea. That's the main issue with Infernum Yaron. The big issue with Infernum Yaron is the fact that he spends a lot of his time flying away from you, dashing so fast that he's going to the other side of the arena, and then doing an attack. And then it comes at you from off screen, and you have no clue what he's actually doing, and you practically have to chase him down. Because he's that fast. But he doesn't start chaining dashes that fast until the, like, last phase. So it makes him better than Old Duke because he's not actively doing that to fuck you over and saying, fuck you. You physically can't go faster than me. Boogie, 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 boogie. Also, this weapon homes. So, like, it's gonna be better. Even if Yaron did do something like Old Duke does.
She done with... God damn it, I missed a sticker. Where's these ones go then?
Fucking hell, Yaron. I did kind of forget, though, that the reason his health goes down so fast is because he has 2 health bars in Infernum. Which is a thing that they removed from base Cal. I and a lot of people do kind of miss Yaron's 2 health bars, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's the exact same fight, the presentation is just different. And it's not really a fake out anymore in base Cal.
Oh, I see.
Ow. Good God. A lot is going on in this background as well.
You're part of a lot of fandoms, right?
I guess so, yeah.
What would be from any of your fandoms? I don't particularly care which. What would be the fandom's equivalent of you're a grown-ass man, watch the 70s anime? You know, people who just refuse to consume insert foundational piece of that media here. Just because of its age.
That's a good question. Because, like, I've never really cared that much about things like that in terms of, like, especially games and stuff.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'm never... It's not a case of, like, you need to play the Flash version of Isaac because it is a fundamental piece of the game's history. Because, like, I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. It's basically the same game, but just a little worse.
Yeah. I'll admit it's probably much more of a problem in long-running things.
Yeah.
Like, the origin of the phrase I'm using that you're grown-ass man watch for 70s anime is Gundam.
I guessed as much.
People refusing to watch the
Oops.
original because it came out in the 70s.
Oopsies. I dashed right into that.
If you couldn't... Well, you can probably guess what it is I am doing at the moment while I'm here in VC with you. So...
Insane that I'm actually having fun.
It really is. You're not allowed to... You should stop.
Yeah.
I can't actually say that. You're allowed to have fun if you want.
Well, those
I can't
Infernados
stop
are a
you.
little bit difficult to see on this background. I guess it's not that I guess it's pretty inconsequential because the tornadoes themselves give you time before they spawn and they're very visible. Whoops.
Most fandoms,
Whoops.
as far as gaming go, the games tend to be pretty not connected, don't they?
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to play Pokemon Red and Blue before you play, like, Scarlet and Violet.
No.
It's probably more of a thing in, like, TV, movies, etc.,
Mm-hmm.
where sometimes you do have a bit of homework to do before a new release.
Yeah, which I'm very much, like, not as big on. Like,
Yeah.
TV stuff.
You'd have probably, if you'd watched Bad Batch before Clone Wars, you might not have had as good of an experience.
Oh, definitely not. No, no.
Like,
I'll say that
you'd have
much.
you'd have known about, like, Echo
Oh.
well before it happened and shit like that.
Yeah.
Which,
I'm aware the
I
majority of
am,
my arena doesn't have platforms, but I'm like, do I need them?
probably not.
I don't think so.
IMO, knowing about Echo ahead of time kind of does damage the experience quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's emotional when that fucking happens.
Mm-hmm.
I cried my first time watching that. Although you'd probably think it's not that hard to make me cry at a piece of media.
Well. it confuses me when the screen goes grey. But that's because it's a graveyard and not because of anything Yaron's actually doing in terms of, like, changing phases.
I'd be confused by that too. I wish there was some way you could turn off that graveyard effect in boss fights.
Well, you just gotta destroy the graves before fighting the boss. And then they
Well,
will come and then they will come back, inevitably.
But yeah, well, yeah, that's the problem. If you die too often, it's gonna be a graveyard even before you finish that boss again, potentially.
Yeah.
Like, I imagine you versus Poltergeist made a graveyard.
It made a good few graveyards.
I mean, it took you, what, 70, 80 some attempts?
That was Old Duke, but Poltergeist was a similar number.
No. Yeah, Poltergeist was a lot. Old Duke was in the 70s. Poltergeist was probably higher.
No, I think
See,
it was legitimately, like, very, very close together.
Wasn't all of last stream and some of this stream Poltergeist attempts?
No. I opened last stream not even at the stage of progression where you fight Poltergeist.
Ah.
I had to go through
Alright.
Profane Guardians first. And that in itself took a lot of time because that fight is also really tough. But it's not to a
Yeah.
degree where it isn't even fun.
I imagine Poltergeist and Old Duke would have gone by a lot faster if you didn't have to clear graves. Though, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't have gone by that much faster, it doesn't take that much time.
It would have gone by a couple of minutes faster, and a couple of minutes less of that torture would be good.
Yeah.
At least I'm not insisting you subject yourself to more torture for my entertainment anymore.
Oh no. I'm completely out of line with Yaron, it seems. Like, I am fucking over really bad in this fight. I seem to have completely lost it. Because it's been ages since I've reached this stage.
Oh, have you seen the
No.
news? Because we were just mentioning, or I just mentioned Clone Wars and Bad Batch. Have you seen the current, like, upcoming Star Wars movies list?
No.
Because there's quite a few coming in the next couple of years.
Yeah, what was that?
This is my way of saying it might be a good idea for us to watch Mandalorian sometime soon.
No, I hit the freaking border. Right, I'm throwing so hard. I need to, like, actually remember what is up with this boss. How'd I get to phase 2 in attempt 2 and then start doing this? Am I even paying attention? I don't think I am fully paying attention to what the boss is doing.
Where the fuck is that? Ah, there it is. In my opinion, Mandalorian's best of a live-action Star Wars is so.
Well, what's its
you'll definitely
competition?
enjoy it.
Ahsoka? Acolyte?
Andor is decent competition.
Okay, Andor is
At
decent
least.
competition from what I've heard, yes. But
Andor's
the others...
really fucking solid. The others, Book of Boba Fett's at its best when it's Mandalorian season 2.5.
Yeah, Book of Boba Fett, from what I've heard, is, like, never really about Boba.
Oh, it's mostly about Boba, but you can tell they were being forced to, like, try and set up for Mando season 3 with it.
Ran out of potions. Again. That's because Dog only gave me 6. Stingy bastard.
I did enjoy it. It had some hype moments. It had a lot of aura. you can tell. I think the big problem with it, as far as hype moments goes, though, is you can tell Tamara Morrison's getting a bit old.
Yeah.
And they couldn't have a stuntman take his place for anything because they didn't want him to have the helmet on. They decided it was a good idea to take away Boba Fett's most iconic pass.
Yeah. Very strange.
It's like if they banned fucking stormtroopers from wearing their helmets. Like, no, that's like half the thing.
Ow. Not cool, dude. Right, he started teleporting again.
Best praise I can
No.
give Andor is that it's so good it makes me wish Rogue One was better.
Yeah.
Because it's so good as like a setup for that movie. And then, don't get me wrong, I fucking loved Rogue One. But it does not live up to the quality of Andor.
I see. The thing is, once I get into phase 2, and like get into the swing of phase 2, the fight's pretty much won.
Yeah.
Because phase 2, sub phase 3 is the only hard part of phase 2.
I know you're talking about boss phases, but whenever, regardless of context, if I hear phase 2, I think of clones.
Ah. The flare attacks are pretty tough for me to wrap my head around.
Let's have a look at these flare attacks.
Well, if you can, because Yaron spends so much of his time not even on screen.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. I don't like bosses that do that.
Yeah, that's the main complaint that a lot of people have with Infernum Yaron. He charges too much and goes too far away from you in doing so.
I mean, a big complaint I have with Terraria bosses kind of in general is when you can't read them in order to respond.
Yeah. The thing
Which
is,
is a
Infernum Yaron
problem.
is very readable as long as he, you know, is on screen. He's very,
Yeah.
very readable.
That's a problem I've had a lot because my main experience with Terraria was playing with you in multiplayer. And multiplayer likes to freak the fuck out sometimes
Yeah.
and not work properly. Which is how we end up with shit like the laser. I forget which boss it was, but they show the path the lasers are going to go before they go. And I'm getting paths for lasers that aren't there.
That's definitely dog.
Like, I'm getting the paths for the lasers that are targeting you, so I'm trying to
Oh.
dodge based on that.
He
and
just
then the
phase
laser
resisted himself by
comes out
running into
from
me.
nowhere because it missed you and is now hitting me instead. There's too much random bullshit like that with Terraria multiplayer for it to actually be...
Oops.
I don't want to say for it to actually be enjoyable, because I do enjoy playing it with you.
I phase transitioned again and it got me again.
I
it
enjoy
was off screen.
playing it with you despite it being a god-awful experience, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That was my second time making it into phase 2, and also the second time that I died the second he phase transitioned, because it happened on screen, off screen, and I didn't realise it was happening.
I know your preference has always been Terraria over Minecraft. But,
That's just the type of game that I like.
yeah. But, my problem is only one of them has functioning fucking multiplayer. So that tends to be what I play more as a result.
Yeah. I'm still waiting on the Mansion Wanted update, man. That's why I haven't played much Minecraft.
I know, as soon as that comes out, Thursday nights,
Yeah.
we shall stream it. I assume you're still good to go with my plan of if we just stream it, both of us Thursday nights in a call together.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Fuck!
Because we've been wanting to do a proper collab for a while, and this is the perfect excuse.
That teleport, man. That teleport is fucking dirty. You have to be ready and able to react to that. And you also have to be aware of when he's not gonna teleport.
I'm disappointed by how much Ahsoka sucks, because it's got Thrawn in it, so I really want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And it's got Ahsoka in it, so I really want to enjoy it. Because those are two of my favourite Star Wars characters.
Yeah, but it got Disneyed all over.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, something following her, like, I don't know, around the event, like for what she's up to during the original trilogy, would have been better. They're trying to fix the sequels using other shows.
Yeah. But like Rebels did need the continuation is the thing. Because of how it ended.
Yeah.
And we knew beforehand that it was
Rebels.
probably going to be the Ahsoka show.
Yeah. Yeah. I really enjoyed Rebels too. I just wish its continuation in the form of Ahsoka was better.
Yeah. It deserves to be better. Fuck. No clue what he's doing right now.
You can tell when Disney was heavily involved because it tends to be when the show's at their weakest.
Yeah.
Like, Disney was heavily involved in Rebels, which, don't get me wrong, I love Rebels. But you can tell, compared to Clone Wars, that
What?
Disney was heavily involved in that.
Yeah.
Same way you can kind of tell they were less involved in Bad Batch.
Shit.
Weirdly, you can tell they were heavily involved in Mando, but you can tell George Lucas wasn't, so it ends up being better as a result.
Yeah. Why did that hit me when I ram dashed into him? Is it because he threw himself that far away from me to where my dash expired before I could actually connect with him? That is an issue I seem to be having with ramming this boss. He's just so far away from me that by the time I actually connect with him, my ram's already done.
Yeah.
Therefore, no immunity frames.
I can see that being an issue with this guy, because he is just so far away.
Yeah. The fight would be way better if it, like, balanced how far Yaron actually goes from you better. By, like, I don't know, making him fly closer to you before initiating his attacks.
Yeah.
Make it so Yaron can only actually attack you if he's a certain distance away, and he will fly to that distance before attacking. Never predict Elsa, it seems. I swear I began the ram there. I swear, I even saw myself move a little. It's difficult to tell, like, whether you're coping with having died or whether it genuinely was the ram not registering. Because it sounds like such a cope. But, like, I swear to fucking God, it's a thing in the game. Other people talk about it. The RAM is just bugged sometimes. It's not a big deal with Yaron compared to, like, Old Duke, because, you know, it's not Old Duke. But it is still costing attempts when it really shouldn't.
I think the Calamity community as a whole is cope. It's one big cope, one big shared cope.
Coping with what?
The fact that you just kind of suck.
At the game?
So the community in general kind of sucks at the game. So they all invented this lie about the ram dash not registering.
No, it's kind of the opposite. A big problem in the Calamity community isn't cope, it's elitism. Because people are too good at the game and they think other people should only use their meta strats. Case in point, the Gilded Proboscis incident of last week.
What was the deal with the Gilded Proboscis again?
It's really good against the Profane Guardians if you have a specific ultra melee tank setup and, like, know specifically how to do the fight and know what to do when and know the fight inside out. And it was recommended to me, a casual.
I thought you were a professional earlier.
Yeah, but not good enough to true melee, like, true melee ultra tank strats. Like, let's not delude ourselves.
Literally a skill issue in this case, but cool.
Yes, but then recommend something better for my skill, because the skill in question is very, very, like, there's a big discrepancy between the average Terraria player wanting to fight the boss and, oh, use the Gilded Proboscis.
You're probably above average, I'd say, but yeah.
Yeah, but still not good enough to use the Gilded Proboscis, as proven by last week. That's how tough it is to actually pull off that strat.
Yeah.
And it was recommended that I use it. Just for fun. And then when I was like, why did you recommend this to just some guy on Discord asking for help with a boss fight? And they said, well, I just said that the weapon was good. I'm like, is this the only way you know how to play the game anymore? I'm concerned.
It's kind of sad when people are like that, isn't it?
You've forgotten what true fun is. You just play this game to like get kill times, I guess.
Higher number of start, faster kill time, yeah. I mean, I'm sure if you gave me long enough, if you gave me enough prep time, I could get a faster kill time than any of them.
It's why I'm iffy about tier cord, which is what they call a Discord that exists for Calamity, like Calamity sweats that no-hit the game that made a tier list of all the weapons. I'm iffy about it because like even though I know a bunch of chill dudes that are in tier cord, because it's basically also just a hangout for people who are like big in the Calamity community as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's... A lot of the users are also elitists that recommend only the highest of the weapons on the tier, and will only ever use those. Because every other weapon is trash and shouldn't even be in the game.
It wouldn't be so bad if they were like chiller with the elitism.
A lot of them are chill, but like, there's ones that aren't. And the ones that aren't are very, very obnoxious.
Like, some fandoms have pretty chill elitists. I don't think Calamity's one of those.
No. Calamity is quite infamous for having an elitism problem.
I mean, there's fandoms where I'm an elitist, you know?
Yeah.
Like, actually name a fandom I'm in and I'm probably a elitist to a degree. But, you know, I'm chill about it.
Yeah.
I don't care if you, like, I know this is the wrong way to do things. I don't care if you do it the wrong way, though, because why would I?
My general consensus is doing things the wrong way sometimes, that's just fucking fun. And if it's...
Well, yeah, exactly.
Like, it's fun, and oftentimes it's even funny.
Yeah.
Oh, did my rage really go down for the phase transition?
Like, I will fully acknowledge there is a wrong way to do things in a lot of games. It's fun. It's do it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Speedrunning is objectively just playing the game the wrong way.
I know, yeah. Okay, I'm in
That's
it.
cool
No!
as fuck.
Kinda shot that. I'm supposed to be going the other way.
It's like cool to see people beat games, like breaking them along the way. Like, I know it's not the right way to play the game, but it's cool to see someone beat FNAF World only using the starting characters with no XP.
Yeah.
And no insta-kills, and no bites. Like, that's awesome. It's cool to see someone try and beat FNAF World with no fucking money by the end of it.
These are all like the same fucking person, by the way.
They are the same person. He's really cool in general. I love his
Yeah.
content. I've been binging it the past couple of days, so... Or to 100% the game in the demo somehow.
Yeah, I watched that one with Sean the other day.
I watched that one earlier today. I'm still really impressed by how they managed
Yeah.
to do that. Because
Literally free compared to Old Duke. Like, what the fuck? Compared to Old Duke, those final sets of dashes are so fucking free. Old Duke is so overtuned, and for what? Also, I fucking died to alcohol sickness during the death rattle. I had that, and then I threw at the very last second.
I think it's kind of BS that they had to go in and edit the save for it, but like, I mean, what choice did they have really?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Come on. I'm not mad at them for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Well, I'm also not really a FNAF World elitist. I've not played it much, so I don't know.
I have, and I would not consider myself an elitist of FNAF fucking World. I don't think anybody is a FNAF World elitist.
I think for any, if they'd done it in any run that wasn't 100% in the demo, I'd say no, that shouldn't count, you cheated.
Does it fucking matter unless you're submitting a speedrun?
But it doesn't really matter, no.
No, it doesn't. It's a single-player game.
Well, yeah. But I'd say you can't really say you completed the challenge run if you had to edit your save for it again, except for the demo.
Well, he literally only used it to get the universe
Only
ending.
uses it to get the
It's
universe
just to
end,
get the
yeah.
universe end. It doesn't matter.
Because the characters in the game fully playable.
Yeah.
You just can't access them without doing it.
He did the actual challenge part of the game that was fighting the bosses and reaching the bosses. Who gives a shit about him, like, technically having to cheat to do the universe end?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the demo's the exception because it's literally impossible to access that character otherwise.
Yeah.
For any other run, I'd have called bullshit on it, but no, this gets a pass because it's a fucking demo. Like, if I had to edit their save to do the no money one.
I find it really funny, though, that he licensed two sad heartbreak songs to use when just the one could have got the message across.
Yeah. Oh, I like the twist to the no money one of it turns out it's fully possible if you just play the game on a lower difficulty.
Yeah. Dude, I used to edit my saves in FNAF World because grinding for the characters like Spring Bonnie genuinely is not very fun.
Oh yeah, I fully get that.
So I just gave myself Spring Bonnie. Because I wanted to use Spring Bonnie.
Yeah. I fully understand that. I want to be clear, I'm not coming out here against save editing in general for games. I mean, I do
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think you should do it for challenge runs unless under a specific circumstance.
I just love that all of the important data for your save file in FNAF World is stored in a fucking text file that you can just access and edit.
The thing is, that's not that unusual.
It's not, no.
Games from like, I mean, I saw it a lot in games from like the 90s, you know?
Yeah, it's not unusual at all, but it's really
I don't know how
funny.
common it is for more modern games, but I don't think it's common for more modern like AAA games, at least. But for like indie games, I'm sure it's fairly common. Are there FNAF World elitists out there, people who think you've got to play the game the meta way or else?
For FNAF World, I highly doubt it. The Cosmic Shiv, this weapon is really good and it's really getting the job done. The only issue with the Cosmic Shiv is how long it takes for me to beat the start of Phase 2. Sub-Phase 1, the second phase, takes longer than it usually does for me to get through. And that is a bit of an issue. And the same thing happened in Phase 3, which, as I mentioned, is the hardest part of the entire fight. So if there's something better for that, then, like, I'll use that. Last time I did this, I used the Orderbringer, and that's since been nerfed. I'm sure it's still good. I just want something that can get through Phase 3 before it becomes a major problem. Ow. That delay
Pokemon
sucks.
elitists do exist, and they're
But,
stupid
yeah.
to me because Pokemon's about as casual as an RPG gets.
Dude, fucking TF2 elitists exist. And I'm like, what are you doing with your life, man?
I don't. If you're in competitive, sure, but who the hell plays TF2 competitive?
Yeah, and most of them are just in pubs, because TF2 players are pretty sad a lot of the time. Take it from me, a TF2 player.
The people who play casual and are like, I think the big problem with casual elitists is like, shit like, yo, no, you're not allowed to capture on 2-4 if that's playing the game the wrong way. Those would be the elitists, I suppose, the casual TF2.
Something funny that happened the other day when I was playing TF2. You know how my Steam profile right now is Variety?
Yeah.
Well, like... I found someone in a lobby I was in, who was just called Chloe. And, like, they genuinely ended up becoming, like, my semi-sort of rival in that lobby. Because we were both on very similar skill levels and we kept encountering each other. So we genuinely started, like, a rivalry with each other between Variety and Chloe.
That's actually awesome.
Yeah. I think I ended up coming out on top but part of it's because at some point in the match, she switched to Scout, I switched to direct hit Soldier, just because I wanted to play Soldier instead of, well, like, can't remember who I was. I think I was Demo Man or something. And I wanted to play direct hit Soldier instead because it's my main. And so she just kind of exploded the second she got anywhere close to me. Because she's a light class.
And you were managing to land direct hits on the Scout.
Yeah.
That's good. You're actually really good at Soldier.
Not really good. But, like, I'm alright at using the direct hit sometimes. And then other times I fluff every single shot. It's not the most consistent.
If you land a hit with a direct hit, you're better than me at the class, at least.
I guess, but
No,
you play a lot.
that's
You
not
play a lot of
saying
sniper
much.
though,
I
and
do play quite good
I
sniper.
fucking suck at sniper. He's probably the class in the game I'm worst at, next to like scout. Those two are the classes I play the least because I fucking suck at them.
I like to think I'm good at sniper at least. I know I'm probably not.
You definitely outclass me at sniper.
I think I outclass a couple, like quite a few most sniper players, but that's because most sniper players can't snipe. Most
Oh,
sniper
no.
players pick for class because they're edgy, not because they're good at it. Same with spy mains.
I've encountered many a sniper in lobbies that do kind of wipe the floor with me. Whenever I enter their sight line. And sometimes it's like, where the hell even are they? Where are they hiding? They know some good fucking spots to not be seen. And they know when to peek out. It's in the midst of the action.
I'm out of practice because I've only got back into it with you recently, but I remember at the peak of a bot crisis, I was doing good enough to get accused of being a bot consistently.
Yeah.
If you remember that.
I definitely know you've had accusations and accusations of being a bot in the past. I think every
What?
single sniper gets that, if you play the class
Sure.
enough.
I think you do kind of have to be decent at it, but like even just like midity.
Yeah. I've never had it happen to me.
If you can get a couple of kills with it, it's gonna happen eventually.
Yeah.
A, yes, this is A. This is like you naming your characters back in the day, isn't it?
They were never actual names, they were always code names, just to be clear, but yes.
Yeah.
A was always Sarah. Whoops, I spoiled Can't Law.
Can't cancelled now, though, so who cares? Is Can't like permanently cancelled?
The RPG Maker iteration, yes. It's unclear, like, whether I will ever return to the general concept. And the storyline itself as a whole isn't cancelled at all. Because that's just Unea.
Yeah. Project Unea is shaping up to be interesting, I always feel.
Yeah.
And I think calling it Project Unea rather than just Unea makes it sound cooler.
Yeah, but in universe it doesn't make much sense.
Oh yeah.
Okay, don't
But
fuck up
out-
again at the very end.
But out of universe, what
My
sounds better,
frames!
Toho or Toho Project?
My frames, that 0.37% slowdown in the kill feed there, that must have been exclusively because of that final attack. My frames went to absolute shit and I was a little scared, but we got him. We actually got Yaron tonight. I'm telling you, that the ending of that second phase is so free. Oh my god, I forgot about that! Oh my god, I forgot about the Wings of Rebirth. I forgot that they changed it to be actually so fucking cool. Take these off. Show me the Wings of Rebirth.
Fuck am I looking at? D.
Oh my
D,
god.
D. Okay, here's D.
Look at these wings. This is beautiful. I'm so glad that they made a wing set themed around Yaron's wings. This was one of the hypest things
Those are quite
in the
nice.
in a while. Get the Halibut Cannon, which shreds Thanatos. I'm not range anymore, but I will consider that. I think I'm probably going to use the Dragon Rage against Thanatos. But I swapped back to melee ever since dog, because, you know, that's kind
Who
of what
was
you do
D?
against dog. Who's D?
Yeah.
In my thing?
Yeah.
D was Dot before becoming depressed.
Oh.
You can tell in the prologue.
Yeah, well, I
But,
can't
like-
tell because I've not played it.
Yeah,
but-
I was trying to be super fucking, you know, obscure and everything, because, you know, that's when all these mascot horror indie horror games were out, and I thought because of that was the cool thing to do. So I was like, ooh, I could have it be a theory, are Dot and D even the same person at all? And I'm like, no, that's just being fucking convoluted for no goddamn reason. Like, shut up. I should
You
be
should
mage
join that
instead.
You should join that Facebook group where we all pretend to be vague. Or where we all are vague.
I'm gonna mine Auric Ore, and then since it's close to 11, I will call it for this stream. Next stream, we're gonna be doing Eidolon Worm, and I should mention right now. Okay. I brought it up in passing, but I'm gonna mention it right now, loud and clear. I am not fighting the Infernum Exomex this playthrough, because Lucille's Wrath of the Machines came out since last I played the game, and I really want to see those Exomechs, because those from the teasers I've seen look to be the best interpretation of Exos so far. I just want to check it out, because I fought Infernum mechs a lot, and I have not done this. So next stream we will be fighting Wrath of the Machines and the Eidolon Worm, but like,
Sounds awesome.
don't care about the Eidolon Worm really. I hope it's not going to be too much of a roadblock, and if it is, I'll just skip it and get to the meat. Why can't I mine Astral Law? Oh right, the game thinks I haven't beat Astrum Deus because it bugged out. I don't even have boss checklists, so I don't know why it did that. But yeah, the game thinks that I haven't beat Deus. I still didn't get... I did get the Brimstone Crescent Staff. I literally used the Brimstone Crescent Staff against Poltergeist. I used that. I have it. I'm gonna bring it back for Escal.
I have it too.
Yaron is so cool. I got the Yaron plush recently. It arrived, and I'm very happy with him. He's a little fluffy boy.
He's sleepy.
I might need to.
And I love Yaron as a character, like, genuinely. He's one of the best characters in Calamity Mod.
Nose hair.
Agree to agree.
Yeah. Yaron hasn't appeared much in roleplay, but, like, if, like, that sort of stuff ever becomes relevant again... Escal is at the hotel now, but, like, if I find a way to incorporate Yaron, I would very much like to.
I have a
Can
DVD.
Yaron speak?
Yes. Well, in roleplay, he'll probably be able to see. It's weird. I don't really know if he can speak. Him and Yarim definitely have spoken to each other. I don't know if it's telepathic or what. But he literally, he is the one singing in his Phase 2 theme. It's him singing. It's his message to his master. So he can at least talk to Yarim.
Well, that's good to know at least.
Yeah.
I have
E9.
I have deviated spectrum disorder.
What is
Who
that?
E?
Kate.
It doesn't
Nice.
exist. I'm just mixing autism spectrum disorder and deviated septum.
Do you see Artemis Apollo and Ares combo? I see. The thing with that is, like, that's one of the combos that I do. But as I just mentioned, I'm not fighting Infernum Exomex. I have Wrath of the Machines installed, and I'm gonna be fighting those Exomex instead, because it's new and I've never done it before, and I'm very excited.
Pretty sure I do. Go on.
Go on.
Good lord.
Pretty sure I do have a deviated septum, but like I don't have the If it affects my voice, it's minimal. Actually, I think it might affect my voice, but obviously not to a Zacadal extent, just to a extent.
Hmm.
It definitely affects my breathing.
That could be everything else you've got going on as well, though, couldn't it? I suppose.
And the nose definitely contributes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the nose is where like 90% of breathing happens.
Yeah.
Breathing happens.
Breathing happens.
Breathing doesn't happen.
Breathing doesn't happen. The Simple Flips memes are just so fun to say, man. Like, between that and when I was an aunt...
What was the clearance gonna say?
What was it?
Holds microphone up to clearance.
Which letter was December, if she was a letter?
December wasn't a letter, actually.
Huh, no cryptic codename for her. Okay, then.
Actually, December Spirit shown up in the game, but her codename was Gate. It wasn't a number. It was Gate, because she was the gatekeeper.
Oh yeah, and because she used to be the Minecraft gate, didn't she?
No.
No, Sean made that up.
No, I just made those. I just made those to mock.
To make fun of the dead girl, who was like very sad because she doesn't understand what she did wrong and why she died.
What did she do wrong there?
Nothing.
I
She
know.
was just at the wrong place at the wrong time and met the wrong person. But she thinks that she did something wrong to get killed. And like, it's actually pretty tragic. I might keep the whole stuff with December Spirit because her being like so confused at why it happened is really tragic. And I kind of fuck with it.
I kind of fuck with you sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, my best friend,
sometimes.
I kind of look with you sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, I kind of fuck with you sometimes.
Who's that voice meant to be?
Susie.
Mercedes bit.
Mercedes Benz. It's Snapcube's Susie voice.
Okay, 11.
What the fuck, dude?
Which character of yours is 11?
11? There isn't a character.
The number.
There isn't a character that's number 11. The numbers only go up to 7.
Hold on then, because I've got another number here that I need to find part number 5.
And the relevancy of 7 and the number 7 is complete. It was forced to begin with, and now it's just straight up not a thing.
11 is
Who is-
Velvet.
Yes.
That's Velvet's subject number. Well done.
Who is number 5? Yes, it's Lala. My favourite.
La la.
That's
That's what someone in Calamity Discord said when I told them about Velvet's old name Lela. They legitimately went la la, and I'm like, all right, all right, this guy gets it. If you can't tell, Sean, the suffering is over, and the actual fun bosses have commenced. Because I'm not screaming and shaking my screen.
Oh, so you are angry.
No, I'm not angry.
Why were you screaming then?
Because it's fun.
I said I'm not screaming and shaking my screen.
Well, why were you earlier though?
Because I was angry. Okay? Okay, I admit it, I am! I admit it, I'm a little angry sometimes. Everyone's allowed to be angry sometimes. Scythe of the Abandoned God is amazing. That's Astra's no hit item, and I don't feel like doing that, unfortunately. I've only ever used it in debug, cheat sheet stuff.
D 59. Which character of yours is number 59?
How would I even attribute a number like 59 to a character?
The order they were registered in on Tupper?
59. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go through the listing. How do I even, like, tell the specific number? Because it doesn't tell me that. I just have to count.
I don't know, let me check. Summit. Because I think it might show a consistent number per page. 1,
It does,
2,
but
3, 4, 5 per page.
I just saw penis removal bird in the midst of it all.
Okay, I had ones that registered in that.
You had the penis removal.
Dragon.
59 for me
remember.
is a random drone.
1, 2, 3, 4.
57 for me is me.
Page 1 out of 92.
Who the fuck's
There's
Harry?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on each thing. So 5,
Oh,
Why is
10,
it Prince Harry?
15,
Wait, the
20,
fancy glass?
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55,
20.
60. It's Cherik. It's Cherik, and then the
It's who?
60th is Gugna.
Who the fuck's Cherry?
I see you've forgotten who Cherik is.
Oh dear.
Cherik and Gugna.
We should return them. They should come back.
No, the last time Cherik was in roleplay, he got in detention because he made an inappropriate joke about a real world event.
Learned his lesson.
No, he fucking hasn't.
Yeah.
Right, I've got the wrong helmet for Blood Flare. That's okay. Give me a sec.
Says who? Who are you to just decide he hasn't learned his lesson?
The writer. It's
I
like
didn't
you're
like
like
it.
you're like an English teacher, fucking revisionist historying what I actually intended, and what I actually say.
Revising my
Well,
history.
okay, writer. Fine. Be that way. Write shit. I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a damn.
I need a flying carpet as well because funny Auric, funny haha Auric. What am I fucking doing? I think I'm tired. What am I missing now? Did I make the wrong
Go on, you
turn on
bastard.
helmet?
Show me some fun alternate options. Not on this book.
I did,
Okay.
but I can just make another one of
This
those.
instruction.
Boo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo. I like that there's a whole less Auric furniture set. That's
Oh,
fun.
it goes on the back. Okay.
Okay. What do I
That's
now do?
fun.
I think I might want the Dragon Pow, but that is a lot of shit to make it. Zenith also requires a lot of stuff, but that's really good too. The Ataraxia I normally use. How do I make Ataraxia? Ataraxia, Broken Hero Sword, bunch of shit. I'm missing the sword, aren't I? God damn it, I just did the solar eclipse, you idiot, idiot, idiot. Divide the Island Worm Mine Terminus. I know.
You're being
gonna make sure
very
to do
mean
that.
to yourself for not much of a reason today.
What am I missing for the Zenith? A lot. I'm missing the Horseman's Blade, the Seedler, the Star Fury, and the Influx Waver. I can make myself a Star Fury though. The rest of them I can't, and I'll have to get them.
I mean, who do you think you are to decide you're an idiot? Hmm?
So I have to do the Martians, I have to do Plantera, and I have to do Influx. Martians.
Amog the Frog.
Martians, Pumpkin Moon, and Plantera I have to do. I can do Plantera right now. Oh, you're
Can you?
immortal if you go above ground. That's annoying. I prefer it if you didn't do that.
Wait, who's immortal above ground? Pantera?
Yeah. Normally she just enrages, but in Infernum it seems that her enrage also turns her immortal.
That's annoying.
Yeah. I mean, you're not really gonna be able to kill her above ground anyways, so why make her outright immortal? That's not fun at all.
It's to stop people like you farming her by having her above ground, I suppose.
Because of stupid people like you.
What was that voice meant to be, Charlie?
One of the FL Studio default assets that was used in ABC 123.
Huh.
You remember that, right? Where it's like, hello,
I
have some respect and don't spoil the game.
I do remember that, and somehow people couldn't do that.
I remember getting legitimately upset that people posted that online.
And as a result of people not being able to listen to basic fucking instructions, Undertale was never fucking finished. I guess.
Okay, he dropped Dark Harvest there, so this shouldn't take long. This shouldn't take long. I can just summon Martian sources.
Dr. T with 6 crab legs and 4 claws.
Dr. T here. The T stands for testosterone. Have some respect and don't spoil my plans.
I cannot believe
It's impossible
still-
to take over Boom Beach nowadays because of nosy people like you.
it's very petty of Toby Fox to not finish the game because people spoiled it for others. But like, I get it. I do fully get it.
Bowser
don't
called
bloody
me a
blame
Gen
them.
C loser who is still single. What are these scenarios? If Bowser wouldn't call me that is the thing. If Bowser did say that, I was like, okay, who's possessing you?
Okay, I think the reason they're asking is because Bowser just said it to them.
Oh, it's like asking for advice. I see.
Yeah.
Tell Bowser that he literally cannot talk because he can't get any girl to stay within a 5-meter radius of him ever
Well,
without,
he
without
can. He just has
kidnapping
to
them.
kidnap them. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that was 5
I mean,
sources and no
hold on.
waivers.
He had a girl stay close enough to make the Koopalings.
That's retconned, just Bowser Jr. It sucks, but Koopalings aren't his kids anymore.
Damn it! Why?
They're just kids that shown up. And I'm half convinced that Bowser's reproduce that Koopas and Bowser's reproduce asexually. There is no other explanation for Junior.
But we know what Bowser looked like as a baby, don't we?
Yeah, Junior. Well, they retconned it to be exactly like Junior, but he never used to be that. And I think they should have kept him more unique, honestly. Because it's just confusing, honestly, to make him look exactly like Junior, but not be Junior.
21. Got it.
Zenith. And it's got a crappy reforge
21?
on it. But I've got the Zenith. Is he 21?
Charlie?
No,
Is E21?
she's younger than that.
Ah.
It's like probably 19 at most. She didn't really reach like the 20s.
before the incident.
Yeah.
Hold on, which incident are we talking about here?
Her offing herself, man.
Ah, yes.
Got the Dragon Rage, got the Zenith. We're all ready for the next Onslaught of Bosses next stream now. More or less.
Nice. Very nice.
Keep that Eidolon some tries to be through for tomorrow. Nah, we're already well past the 11 o'clock threshold from me making the Zenith. So I am gonna have to end now. But once we got like the trash heap that is Poulter and Old Duke out the way, this was really fun. I'm very excited for Wrath of the Machines. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. Be sure to come next week for an XOMX fight that I have never seen before. One that I hope lives up to my expectations. And yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. I think I'm gonna enjoy it. We'll have to see if it's better than Infernum mechs, because I like Infernum mechs for the most part. It does have its issues. We'll see. Welcome, Jay. Yeah. Awkward timing, I suppose, but that's fine. I'll be live at like the same times next week. Same as always. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Have a great rest of your night, and I will see you soon.